There's a mirror somewhere up the side. I feel like I feel you. Try to fall asleep and still the time. Wash away your something say. We can never get stuff of it. I climb and play, I snow just stay. We can live and love, can't leave it. You and me, but you know we don't any love, any love. You and me, but you know we don't any love, any love. Relájate, cariño. Relájate, amor. Toma caipirinha, siente el calor. No te enfadas más. Ven, ven, dame tu paz. Pasa lo que pasa, conmigo te vas, te vas, te vas. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa. Encendida quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días. Noches. Yeah. Sabes, drama no pega en verano. Olvida los celos, olvida rencor. Aquí no hay pelea, mi amor. Solo reggaetón, ton, ton. Solo reggaetón. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa. Encendida quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días. Noches. Yeah. quedes conmigo. No pude ser tu abrigo, pero piénsalo lo bonito. Esta canción para ti escrito.
Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita.
Sin ti todo pierde sentido.
Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti.
Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. Piensas cosas, sí, lo sé, pero piensa lo maravilloso que tenemos y podemos. Te pido este amor, mantenemos. Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita. Sin ti todo pierde sentido. Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti. Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. Por favor, te lo pido. It's always what you need. Go until I will. I lead you and never slide. And I hope, oh, setting fire is what you want. head down as we meet somewhere up the side. I feel goddamn, I feel ya. Try to fall asleep and summertime wash away your soap to say we can get the good stuff of it. I contemplate a snow just stay. We can live and golf gun either. You want me, but you know it all and me none, and me none. You want me, but you know it all and me none, and me none. Relájate, cariño. Relájate, amor. Toma caipirinha, siente el calor. No te enfadas más. Ven, ven, dame tu paz. Pasa lo que pasa, conmigo te vas, te vas, te vas. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días, noches, yeah. Sabes, drama no pega en verano. Olvida los celos, olvida rencor. Aquí no hay pelea, mi amor. Solo reggaetón, ton, ton. Solo reggaetón. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días, noches, yeah.
everyone. I'm very, very nervous up here, so just apology in advance. But good morning, and thank you so much for coming. It was incredible having you all here yesterday. And just looking around, I'm so thankful you all showed up for day 2. That says everything about our community. And today it's going to be even better. I know the market's looking a little rough right now, but the tech is at all-time high, and you're only going to see more of that today. But first, let's talk about what went down yesterday, because if you blinked, you might have missed some massive announcements, activities, and community movement. So we have a little video for you guys. Let's take a look at what went down yesterday.
It's time for CatLumpurr. Y'all coming with me?
Please give a big, warm Jupiter introduction to Meow!
I'm so happy to meet you, man. Thank you so much.
How great was that? And that is just day 1, by the way, and thank you to Fluffy and my amazing media team for putting that together. And yesterday, just to recap, we talked about onboarding billions on chain, the vision, the massive opportunity, the why, and everything. Today, we're going under the hood. We're talking about JupNet and the culture that makes Jupiter, well, Jupiter. So here's what we got lined up. This morning, we're diving deep into JupNet, the infrastructure layer that makes Just Use Jupiter actually work at scale. We're going to hear from all the teams building it. This is what enables faster transaction, deeper liquidity, smoother experience, and the foundation for everything we ship. This afternoon, it's all about the culture, the team of Jupiter, how we operate, how we think, why no one ships like Jupiter. Now, if you haven't explored the venue yet, we've got some incredible activations, booth setup. Huge shout out to my incredible team on the ground making all of this happen. Alicat, AG, Cine, and Tony, they've been crushing it. So if you see them, please show them some love. And for the agenda, on the screen, you'll see the full lineup for today, the talks, the team, the people building it, what you are here to see. I won't go through it line by line, but take a look, plan your day, and catch what matters to you. And one more thing, tomorrow night, we have fireworks at 7:50 p.m. downstairs, and the official after party at Sparks. Alicat has put so much thought into it, so it's going to be amazing. It's literally 30 seconds down the road. Amazing DJs, great energy, and perfect way to close the CatLumpurr, and you do not want to miss it. So all right, let's make day 2 unforgettable. Let's go!
All right, today we got, you can tell from the schedule, back-to-back announcements on JupNet. Who here is excited about JupNet? Oh yeah, all right. Now, this next person is a very close personal friend. He's been building in the Solana ecosystem for a very, very, very long time. And if you were here over at CatLumpurr last year, you would know that he's been heading up a lot of the JupNet initiatives. And so, it is my absolute pleasure to invite my brother from another to the stage, Nick!
Hello, good morning everyone. Thanks for coming. It's a Sunday, but yeah, let's go. So, for the past 13 months, we've stood on this stage 3 times. The stage of the Jupiters, sharing our vision, our progress, and our roadmaps. Today marks the very last keynote before our launch. Because the next time we gather, JupNet goes live. And the real story begins. Let's go! So I'm Nick. I'm the VP of Strategy at JupNet. And together with the amazing team I'm proud to be in, I'll be giving you a high-level overview of JupNet. So the first thing you'll be thinking of is, why even build this? What constraints do we see? Even till today, chain-level constraints are still present if you look deep enough. So, every chain has a ledger. Every ledger maintains its own state, and only its own state. Never amongst ledgers. You'll never see your Solana address respawn in an EVM chain, right? This means that building interchain applications would really require app developers to build their own relaying infrastructure to sync states across chains if they were to have to build an interchain app. And that really wastes so much resources and time. So, over the past decade, nothing has also actually changed in how chains interact with you, users, and it really enforces today's wallet practices. You have to download the app, you have to set up like your seed phrase, you have to back it up, you have to store it somewhere, you have to be worried you lose it. Maybe house gets burned, you lose your seed phrase, right? It's gonna be a nightmare. All that hassle just to be able to access assets for that wallet. Also, pair sequencing we know today is still assumed. It's full of assumptions. They're never enforced, right? This makes math possible and potentially rampant. You're going to see a lot of sandwiching. A lot of people just want to, be ahead of you when you make a transaction. We really, really need certainty to how users have their transactions land on whatever they expected it to. We really don't want a crazy map of wallets. We just want to keep it simple. So to solve these constraints, we set out to rethink how should blockchains functionally work? How? In order to rethink how blockchains work and to create amazing apps, easy to use APIs, and a groundbreaking identity system, we've broken down JubeNet into 6 distinct chunks. We first have to build a strong foundation in the runtime that can support novel innovations like the Omnichain stack, the Omnichain ledger, so that amazing products like GUM can be built. So my fellow teammates will cover the Omnichain stack and the GUM components later in detail. So first, let's dive deep into the runtime. To make it possible, we are creating the most functionally innovative VM on top of the most performant one. With a foundational code base that references SVM, we can build the battle-tested performance runtime with innovations that make you, the users, spend less time with things that are not really important to you, right? You don't actually have to know what the chain does, how the chain processes transactions, so you can actually transact quickly and easily. To do this, we have 4 points of focus. 1, we want a scalable way that can aggregate interchain ledger states into one single unified omnichain ledger in JubeNet. Next, we need a novel omnichain consensus so that interchain transactions feel just like a native one. So no frills, just speed. We also need to support and process an infinite variety of signature standards so that we can innovate and support technologies like social-based logins such as X, Google, Apple, and passkeys-based sign-ins. We also want to prioritize trade executions so that we can prevent toxic flow, and that way no one gets miffed. In order to provide the best builder experience to build world-class applications. Respectively, to solve those 4 problems, there are 4 key innovations that we have. 1, we have typed SIG verify. For those nerds, it's a perpetually scalable signature verification layer that allows us to process an infinite count of variation types so that users can access their assets through the simplest ways possible, such as Google, X, and the other sign-ins that I mentioned a moment ago. This enables GUM Universal ID, the first on-chain walletless ZK account standard. Next, we have the Omnichain ledger. To support performant interchain execution with the Omnichain stack, a suite of performance execution services that ensure your omni-chain transactions land consistently quickly across all chains. Third, we have batch transactions. It's a groundbreaking change in the SVM to prevent toxic flow math so that we can truly scale on-chain capital market activities beyond thousands of orders per second. Last but not least, the Apex consensus. It's something new today. It's a stable leader protocol that focuses on significantly reducing jitter with guaranteed transaction landing. This will help JukeNet scale to billions of users and trillions of tokens. Thus, GUM aims to focus on doing one thing, to aggregate everything. And the first thing we're going to empower is to enable GUM, or the Global Universal Market, the Everything Exchange. Seong shared this vision with all of us in 2024 in Breakpoint. Today, it's time to break out. What better way to call him up to share with us more, right? So, need your guys' help to give a loud shout and round of applause to call Seong out. Seong!
It's actually really hard to see everyone's faces here. I mean, the first thing I want to say is like, Malaysia is always Malaysia is actually where we started Jupiter. I think it's like 4 and 5 years ago. I still remember back then it's only, I think me, Deng Yu, and one other engineer in a very small co-working space. Now it's like 4 years later. It's actually very cool to see everyone here, and we can actually do this event here and welcome everyone here to Malaysia. I mean, obviously today is Sunday. You guys, I'm super glad that you guys are here listening to us, like talking about what we are building. Before I want to go deep dive into GUM, I want to take a little bit one step back and talk a little bit about why JukeNet. So we announced JukeNet I think about a year ago at last CatLumpurr. A lot of people come up to me, yo, Seong, why you want to build another L1? Like there's so many L1 out there. There's like Sui, there's like Aptos, there's Solana. Why do you want to build another L1? That doesn't make sense. Like why? I always give them one simple answer. I think someone asked me, someone from Solana Foundation asked me the same question yesterday as well. Like why L1? I told them, no, JukeNet is not an L1. Like then they asked me, what do you mean it's not an L1? Then I told him, no, JukeNet is not a general purpose L1. The way we build product at Jupiter is always, like we look at what are the problems that we want to solve, then we start working backward from there. When we first started building Jupiter about 4 or 5 years ago, there are so many problems that we run into when you're trying to build something on a general purpose L1. Then we realized that like in order to really solve all these different problems that we ran into, we have to build our own thing. If you study computer science, you probably know about Alan Kay. People call him the father of personal computer. So Alan Kay have this famous saying, right? People who are really serious about software should make their own hardware. So let me give you an example, right? So this is the iPhone. Apple is actually very famous at doing this, exactly what Alan Kay is doing. Apple built the iPhone device. At the same time, they also built the iOS system on top of the iPhone. The cool thing about this is like the engineer at Apple, they can work directly with the hardware engineer to build the perfect iOS system on top of the Apple device. This will make sure that the iPhone is actually the most efficient in terms of power consumption, and also it's the most performant mobile device out there. iPhone launched I think like 14, 15 years ago. Until today, it's still the best mobile device out there. No one can beat them. And here at Jupiter, we think people who are really serious about DeFi should make their own chain. Why? So if you really look at the current landscape for all general purpose L1s out there, they usually suffer with a few like high-level problems. Number one, low transaction per second. Even Ethereum is notorious for that. Transaction takes forever to land. I think every second you probably have like a few transactions you can get in. The performance is just not there. If you want to really build a decentralized experience, centralized exchange experience on top of a blockchain. Then the second thing, long finality. For a transaction to land on Ethereum is 14 seconds. That just doesn't make sense. No user want to submit a transaction, wait 14 seconds, maybe a few blocks later, maybe 30 to like a minute, then only you can actually make sure that your transaction landed. It's just not a good solution for the user. Then last one, user experience, which is one thing that we care a lot about at Jupiter. If you use Ethereum, Sui, or actually not Sui, Ethereum or Aptos or a lot of other blockchain out there, the one thing you need is like this. You have to download this extra thing, either Phantom or whatever wallet out there, before you can start interacting with the blockchain. That doesn't make sense to us. Like why can't a chain support that natively? So with JupeNet, we actually want to solve some of these problems. Actually all of these problems. And that's why. So that's the first use case we want to introduce on top of JupeNet after all these problems solved natively on JupeNet. So what's GUM? So GUM wants to be the omni-chain liquidity hub. There are three main goals that GUM want to achieve. We want to allow omni-chain swap from one single account. So imagine you can have one single account without worrying that you need to have one wallet on Ethereum, one wallet on Solana, one wallet on Sui in order to buy the assets you want. You only need one account on JupeNet. And we also want to make sure that GUM is the most performant venue for you to get all assets across all chains. When I say you can get access to all tokens across all chains, what I mean is day zero token launches. You shouldn't wait for centralized exchanges to whitelist the token before you can buy the token. On JupeNet, on GUM, any token that launch across Base, Sui, and Solana, you can buy the token immediately on JupeNet and GUM. And last thing, obviously, after building up the base, a lot of developers started talking to us. They also want it on their platform as well, on their apps as well. So we want to make sure that we also build the best interchain infra for all the potential developers out there. So, to summarize again what GUM is about. These are some of the pain points that we want to solve. So if you look across the current ecosystem right now, the crypto space, one of the main problems is that you need to remember your seed phrase. You need to remember to use the right wallet across different chains. On JupeNet, you don't need to do anything. You can easily log in with your Google account and also passkey. And the second thing, like I mentioned earlier, it will be very easy for you to access any token that you want to buy the moment that the token launches across all these different chains. And last thing, with our own chain, we can actually fix some of the problems that is very, apparent across all chains, MBV, and also, usually you have to depend on third-party services to land your transaction. On JupeNet, you won't have this problem. Before I go on I'm not going to go deep down into all the different things. I'll let the team talk about it. We're going to share a little bit about some of the building blocks that we built on top of JupeNet in order to power GUM. And all these are actual things that built on top of JupeNet, not like some external third-party solution that you need to use. And all these are built natively on JupeNet. The first thing is GUM Universal ID. This allows people to easily log in and out with their Google account and their passkey. The second thing is the GUM Omni-Chain Stack. This allows the service the chain behind the scene, buy and sell different tokens for you across all different chains. And the last one is the GUM Audible. with the audiobook, you can do a lot of stuff. Yeah. So we're going to keep this thing casual. We're going to take turns and invite different teammates to come on stage to talk about different part of the tech stack. The next speaker is going to be Dixon. He's going to talk about GUM on Universal ID.
Hello, hello. GM? Can I get a wow?
GM.
I'm Wardick. I'm a king of karaoke, I'll just say that, yeah. And this is Hurricane.
Hello, I'm Hurricane.
Cool. I'd like to talk about GUM Universal ID. We believe it's truly the next generation on-chain identity. We want to take the concept of connecting wallet back to, just sign in. Just signing in into an app, for example. And also to unlock new use cases. As mentioned by Seong and Nick earlier, the problem of today is that onboarding your friends and family onto crypto involves like writing down the 12 and 24, nuclear launch code. If you lose it, it's gone forever. That's just not how human works. And then also like where do you put this thing? Like in the safe? What if there's like a fire? And what if there's a theft? And finally, the awkward moment of if you do it on your phone and you try to set it up on your extension, you have to do the same thing again. It's just a very awkward interaction. Users should be able to just log in. On-chain UX has been stuck for so long. The problem is we just forced key management onto the users. So let's imagine a world where there's no seed phrases. You just log in, like an app. No funny piece of paper you don't know what to do with it, in a safe or whatever. No. And no awkward writing of seed phrases between devices just to sync them up. So introducing GUM Universal ID. The core of GUM Universal ID is type signatures. It's your truly on-chain identity. It's built directly into the consensus, and essentially it supports infinite number of signatures. There's the ED25519 keypad that everyone Solana uses. There's also OpenID support, so you can log in with Google, Apple, X, and more. We also support Ethereum wallets as well. And finally, there's delegation support. So this will enable seamless auto-approved signing with an expiry date. Let's reimagine how on-chain UX can be. We want to have the easiest onboarding, privacy preserving, and finally a walletless experience. And I would like to show you two of the most exciting use cases we already have today. Starting with OpenID ZK. This is the very first screen you see on GUM. It feels very familiar. You can log in with Google, X, or Apple, just like an app. And here's a quick demo of logging in with my X account. You're redirected to the X app, and you're redirected back. And over here, there's a securing your session, which is the ZK flow going on, and you're logged in. Signing up and logging in should just be as simple as this. And this is a simple diagram of the interactions of how users logging in or signing up. But there's a critical missing puzzle. We can't just naively design for the simplest and easiest onboarding. Let's zoom in on the OAuth and ZK flow part. Hurricane will go into the details of the OpenID ZK with privacy first, security first at its very core.
Okay, thank you, Dixon. Hello, everyone. I'm Hurricane, and I'm building some ZK stuff at JubeNet. Today, I'm very excited, but also super nervous, as this is my first time sharing a topic on stage in English, as my English isn't very good. So, thank you. So let's start with a simplified regular OAuth flow. Imagine you are trying to log in some app using your Google account. So what is happening here? First, the user client will send a login request to the OAuth provider server, namely Google server in this case. And then after some basic authentication, for example, checking the password, JSON Web Token, the JWT is returned to the client. Then the client will send the token to the app. Next, the app will just try to fetch the JSON Web Key, JWK, from Google server. Finally, the app will try to validate this token using the JWK. If the validation is passed, then the basic OAuth flow is finished. But in JubeNet, our case is quite different. We need to answer a question: how can a user sign transactions after the login? And here, our solution is to exploit the fact that the nonce field in the returned JWT can be set by the client. So we are going to introduce a session key. So first, the client will generate a pair of session key locally. The red one is the private key, while the green one is the public key. Then the client will derive a nonce based on the hashed address of the public key. And the last, the client will send this nonce to Google server. And if the basic authentication is passed, Google may return a JWT token. We can find that the nonce is embedded into this token. So what we do here is try to bound the session key to the JWT. So once the JWT validation passes, the session key is guaranteed to be valid as well. Now we can just try to sign any transactions using the session private key, and we may get the corresponding signature of the raw transaction data. And the next question is, how can we validate these transactions? Here is a naive approach. Namely, we just try to attach what we have to the raw transaction data, including the JWT, the session pub key, and the transaction signature. But does this really work? Let's take a close look at the JWT. Basically, the JWT contains several parts, like the header, the body, and the signature. Here is an example JWT body. We can find it contains multiple fields, also known as claims here. For example, the IS is the issuer, which means the OAuth provider. And it is Google in our case. And the AUD is the audience, which represents the expected recipient of this JWT token. It will be a unique identifier of JubeNet, which is assigned by Google. And the next one sub is the subject. It is a unique identifier of the user. So we can find here, if we submitting the entire JWT on chain, this may cause a crucial privacy issue. Since once the subject is exposed, the identity behind the wallet address will be revealed directly. So we must find a method to hide all sensitive fields in the JWT, but preserving the ability to validate the session key. And our solution is just to use zero-knowledge proof. What is the zero-knowledge proof? It is an advanced cryptographic primitive. It contains two terms, zero knowledge and proof. The proof means the prover can convince the verifier that some relationship between secret witness and the public input is true. And the term zero knowledge guarantees that this proof will not leak any additional information about the witness beyond the relationship is true. And here are three reasons why we use zero knowledge proofs. First of all, the ZK model fits our scenario perfectly. This model is somewhat asymmetric, as the prover and the verifier will observe different data. In our case, we have some secret claims which should remain invisible to the verifier. And we also have some public inputs, for example, the JW key fetched from Google's server. And so we can find the ZK model fits our use case. And secondly, the ZKP can be very efficient. Note that the transaction validation happens on-chain in the validator, so the speed is critical. ZK proof validation can be extremely fast. It may take only 1 or 2 milliseconds. Last but not least is the compact size of the zero-knowledge proof. Using the gross 16 screen, the proof size is only 128 bytes. Moreover, all secret witness won't be submitted on-chain, which further reduces the transaction size. And here is a diagram that shows how we can generate a zero-knowledge proof. Basically, we have a program named ZK Prover, and it accepts several inputs. First, we need to write a circuit. You can regard the circuit as a special type of diagram. It is typically written in some domain-specific language. That is, we will encode our validation logic to this circuit. For example, we will validate the JWT using the JWK. We will check the account address touched in this transaction. And we also need a hard-coded ZK proving key. There are two remaining inputs, or some data. One is the secret input. In our case, it should be the entire JWT, which is hidden. And as for the public inputs, we have the JWK and the account address and the session pub key and some other insensitive claims in the JWT. Once all these are input to the prover, it may output a ZK proof. Now let's just try to build the protocol. So we do not require to expose the entire JWT on-chain. So we can just replace it with the ZK proof. And the other optimization is we just put the JWK to some OAuth account. So the validator will not fetch the JWK from the OAuth server. So the last step is just to validate the transaction, and it contains two phases. First, we will validate the transaction signature using the session key, and then we will validate the zero-knowledge proof using a hard-coded ZK verifying key, as well as the reconstruct public inputs. So we can build an OpenID ZK that enables 100% of user privacy and 100% of the account security. What's more, it opens the door to some cool new features. For example, the social sending. Just imagine that you can send in tokens to any Twitter user without needing to learn their account address. So just stay tuned. Thank you.
That's actually fucking amazing. Like, if you guys want no more detail, just hijack him after he goes off stage. Next, the other signature that we are most excited to talk about is passkey. I think everyone here probably has used passkey already. But what if it's another method for you to sign up and sign in. Signing up and logging in will never be simpler. Onboarding onto crypto changes forever with this. Here's a quick demo. Just click on passkey, complete your Face ID. That's it, you're signed up. Here's a quick look at how passkey login works. When a user attempts to log in, they're prompted with Face ID or Touch ID. It even works on your Mac, Google, or any devices. After completing authentication, the user identity is recovered from the signed signatures. There's no private key involved. You don't have to write that down anywhere, and nothing ever leaves your secure enclave. I believe we are building the next generation on-chain identity. Gum Universal ID is a relook of many years of building on-chain, and crucially, as a user on-chain. Seed phrases is awkward. Self-custodian is non-negotiable. And with a composable account model, we enable 2FA on-chain. Imagine you just sign up your account on X, and you can use your passkey account as a 2FA for your main account. Next, logging in should be as simple as if I have a Google account, I will just log in with a Google account. And finally, with ZK, it's privacy first, security first. Your identity is truly on-chain. Next up, I'll pass it to Josh, who will talk about Omni-chain stack.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. First of all, I want to thank all of you for spending time with us here today. I'm Josh. I design and develop the Gum Omni-chain stack. And as of this morning, apparently, I'm also Seong's chauffeur. I guess the bear market has hit us pretty bad. Now I have to do 2 jobs to justify my pay. Before I start, I just want to reiterate and re-emphasize the problem that we are solving. And I think the best way to describe the problem is through a question. How to buy, or where to buy. How many of you here have used DeFi on Ethereum? Let me see a show of hands. Okay, just a few. How many of you have used DeFi on Solana? Okay, a lot more. Looks like we can say that Solana has finally won, huh? And there's one last group. How many of you actively or more actively trade on centralized exchanges? Surprisingly, not many. That's good. Now, how are these questions relevant? This is Hype. Hype token was launched. I would say Hype was probably one of the best performing protocol tokens in the past, say 12 or 14 months. It was launched on the 29th of November, 2024, at a price of just $2. As of this morning, I think it was about 30, so that's about a 15x. Pretty good, I would say. Now, the problem is, Hype, when it launched, was only tradable on Hyperliquid. So for those of you guys who raise your hand, if you're primarily an Ethereum user, or primarily a Solana user, or primarily a centralized exchange user, you likely would not have bought on the first day, right? Because it's inaccessible. On the 7th of December, the first centralized exchange finally listed Hype. I think the price was at about $14, $15, give or take. So that's about a 7x from the launch price of $2. So if you waited until then, you would have missed out on a 7x opportunity. So that's one of the problems we are solving.
accessibility. Now, the problem doesn't stop there. If we think about the future, if we think about the years to come, if we want to onboard billions and billions more users on-chain, whatever we have today just won't really work. There's too much complexity. Too many wallets, too many different blockchains. Even I get confused. That's where the GumSpot comes in. So in this picture, basically it showcases our user interface, the GumSpot interface. It's one single beautiful interface where you can seamlessly trade any tokens on any chain as soon as a token is tradable. Next up, we have a quick demo of the deposit flow. When you start using Gum, the first thing you need to do is a deposit. As you can see here on the right, you have your deposit address. So whatever chain you use, you can get a deposit address. And on the left, the video is showing a transfer using Juke Mobile of USDC into Gum. I know the video is a little bit fast, but if you look at the notification at the bottom, you see deposited. So that's how you start using Gum. Next, this is another demo of trade. So inspired by the ease of Juke AG, we have replicated that on Gum as well. So you can very easily buy any tokens with this one single interface. Dixon will do, if the internet permits, he will do a live demo after this. So I'm going to skip this part and focus more on the Omni-chain stack, which is one layer below GumSpot. The Gum Omni-chain stack sits right in the middle between JukeNet and GumSpot. So JukeNet introduces a native cross-chain messaging capability. And with that, we built Gum Omni-chain stack. So we write on this functionality to integrate all the different DeFi protocols across all the different chains that we support. The Omni-chain stack also performs execution. So if a user wants to perform a swap or withdrawal, everything happens within the Gum Omni-chain stack. All of this complexity is simplified and exposed as an API endpoint where GumSpot integrates. Now, AI is all the rage, right? If you spend any time on X, you probably know about Claude, know about Claudebot, or now known as, I forgot, they changed names like 3 times. But with this API, you can essentially have any AI build a trading bot for you. And with just this set of APIs, you have access to all the different blockchains' liquidity venues. Let's dive a bit deeper. What is the Gum Omni-chain stack? It consists of 3 major components. Number 1, smart contracts. Smart contracts on JukeNet. Smart contracts on all the different chains that we integrate. And finally, the Omni-chain services. The Omni-chain services, it's sort of like a relayer between chains. Let's dive a little bit deeper into JukeNet contracts first. So the JukeNet contract, you can think of it as a ledger. So when you deposit, we need to update the ledger that this user, say Tom has $10 on Gum. So that's what the ledger does, is essentially record keeping. The next functionality it introduces is the ability to accept and process user intents. What are user intents, you might ask? User intents are things like if you want to perform a swap, that's an intent. If you want to perform a withdrawal, that's an intent. When you request for an action to be performed, the contracts will then ask DAFs or JukeNet nodes to sign your intent. Each DAF will have its own signature. We would then aggregate these signatures and pass it as a payload to a different chain, for example. Now, the most important thing is that it is permissionless. I think whenever we build something, we always ask ourselves, is this something we want to use? And the only way I would use gum if I knew that there was a way for me to withdraw my funds without needing anyone's approval of sorts. The next component is the external chain contracts. Now, this contract introduces a very unique functionality. So for every gum user, you will get unique deposit addresses to you. We wanted the experience of using gum to be as easy as using a centralized exchange. We want it to be as easy as just transferring tokens. So with this unique deposit address, you can essentially withdraw funds from, say, Binance into gum easily. There's no need for another wallet. There's no need for all those complexities. It also acts as a vault to securely store tokens. And ultimately, it is a permissionless contract. So the question is, how do we prevent unauthorized spending of your tokens? That's where the DAF signatures come in. So with your intent, we will be able to match your intent and the signatures to ensure that we are allowed to perform this action. Finally, the omni-chain services. For those of you who are familiar with smart contracts are a bunch of code wrapped in functions, and they do very specific things according to sets of rules and actions. Someone would still need to trigger these functions within a smart contract. That's where the omni-chain service comes in. So it executes your intention, and you can just think of it as a relayer. Now let's see how all of this tie in together. So in this flow diagram, in this particular case, we are talking about a swap. First off, as a user, say Sally. Sally wants to buy X token with 1,000 USDC. So Sally would sign her intent and submit it to the GUM API. The GUM API then takes it and submits it as a transaction to JubeNet, which ultimately interacts with the JubeNet contracts. The JubeNet contracts will then perform certain checks, like does Sally have 1,000 USDC? If yes, okay, and then they would outsource this task to the omni-chain service, strategy service, or more specifically. Its first order of business is to retrieve a BLS signature from JubeNet DAFs, include it as part of the transaction payload, and finally sending a transaction that interacts with the external chain contract. The external chain contract then verifies that the signature matches the intent. If it does, it allows the swap to proceed, and then the strategy service would go ahead and complete it. So what does this all mean put together? With JubeNet, we introduced native cross-chain messaging capabilities. With GUM, we integrated all the different chains and all the different DeFi protocols. And with GUM Spot, you essentially have one single interface to be able to buy or sell anything. And most importantly, what it really means is that now we can onboard the next billion users to pump our bags. Okay, I think for the next part, I will get Dixon to come back to do a live demo, if the internet permits.
Yo, so if you are sitting down there, you must be thinking like, yo, what's up with all the yapping? Just show me something, right? So while they're setting up, we have talked about GUM ID and the omni-chain stack so far. Why don't we go live? Let's fucking go. So this is what you see on the very first homepage, front page. So this is what we talked about just now. You can log in with your favorite social identity if you want. But in this case, I'm funded on my passkey, so let's go. I'm in. Just in case you're wondering, I'm bullshitting you, so it's not. So let's get some token. Let's go. Let's try get $5. Yo, that's like cross-chain swap, bro. Let's get some virtual. That's it. Thank you, thank you. I mean, let's get some sui as well. Why stop there, right? Woo! And in fact, we can do more. If we click the little button here, quick buy, let's get some, I don't know, link. Why not? Let's get some testicle as well. Why stop there, right? What's this? Jarvis, sure. Everything's here. Let's go! Thank you, everyone. Next, I'll pass it back to Nick.
Hey. Thanks, Dixon, Josh, and Hurricane. All right, so you've seen the entire stack on Gum, and that's not all, right? There's still a few more components. We had 6 chunks. We've now covered 3. So, next up, we want to talk about order books. We've been building order books for about 4 months, 5 months, and we felt that if you really want to trade, if you're actually serious about trading, you need to work with order books. And we're really excited to share today about Gum Perps, which is something that we've been building under wraps over the past 6 months. So, without further ado, I'm going to hand over the time to Galactus.
JM everyone. So I'm Galactus. Yeah. So I am Galactus. I'm like core engineer and at JubeNet, and I am like heavy SVM modifier. This is my Godmode Galactus is my X, but I'm mostly active on GitHub. And today I'm going to talk about decentralized order book and MEV. So, like what I'm tasked to do at JubeNet. So, my main job is to make JubeNet as performant and have user experience like a centralized exchange in a decentralized environment, have unparalleled performance. It should be MEV resistant, so that users don't get sandwiched. This will make market makers more comfortable to provide more better liquidity in an omni-chain environment that was presented by Josh. And in the end, I will lose all my savings in Gum. So, So what like, why can't we do like build a very performant and user friendly experience, like user experience oriented order book on a decentralized blockchains that we have right now? The main problems are unpredictable transaction landing. So right now, the users can't decide when the transaction will land on the cluster. So this unmotivates market makers to put tight spreads, and this overall gives a bad user experience to average user. And then the main issue also is like apps don't have any say in what goes into a block. So this is this encourages sandwich attacks, and the whole economics of the blockchain is validator oriented. So like when a validator does an MEV, it actually sequences transaction anyways. But this sequencing was not decided by application. It was decided by the validator themselves. So validators, for their own reasons, like for normal reasons, they want to maximize their profit by earning more tips. And who gives most tips is the actors who want to sandwich other users to earn maximum profits. So it has some misaligned incentives with app developers and applications who wants to provide users with better UX and performance overall. So at Jupyter, we want to build something which is best for the users and better for overall better for users. And Jupyter is user focused, and we want to build the best DEX possible. This means that we have to build a transparent sequencer for applications who can dictate what goes into a block somehow. So to implement this, we have 3 points that we want to cover. First is batch transactions, which is optimized way to execute transactions, like end transactions. And then we have actions, which will optimize delivery of the transaction to the cluster. And then we have app sequencer, which will do ordering, like optimize the ordering of how which transactions are executed. So batch transactions are a new type of transactions that we have introduced, which will, like, there will be one transactions then that can have like n different transactions sent by users, and which will be executed in specific order, and it will ensure compact delivery so that all the redundant data will be in one place, and so the sum of n transaction will be less more compact in blocks and all over the network. So here is an example. You can see like the blast transaction is going to a validator, which will be SIG verified by the validator, like the regular transactions in parallel, and the blast transaction will have higher priority to be executed. It will be executed and then streamed over the network to the other validators over turbine, and then it will follow the regular flow. So now the main point is how it is more efficient. So in a normal blockchain, what happens is, like, if you have n transactions using n states, using same states, so for each transaction they can't be executed in parallel. So they have to be executed sequentially. So overall, the first transaction will lock a state being executed and then release the locks. So this will have happen n times, and each transaction will be in a different entry. But in batch transactions, you lock this like states for all the transactions, execute them all at once, and then release the locks. So this will be more optimized for execution. And then app can also decide the sequencing of the transaction. Inherently, it will be MEV resistant, and all the redundant data will be aggregated in one place, and it will be gasless because the app will be going to pay the fee for batch transactions. So here is an example how batch transaction will look. It will look like a normal transaction as first with signers and a block hash. But when you go in deep, you will have like, so in this transaction, there were 300 separate transactions that were executed in sequence. I have as a user, I don't care how I want to create my own transaction. I just want to say that I want to place an order for this market at this price of this quantity. Just sign it with my GUM ID and send it to the cluster. I don't want which accounts I want to use or what states I want to specify. And then I don't want a server drafting my transaction for me and sending it to me. So we have simplified this using actions where I just sign my data with an expiry and send it to our API. And then the API will take care of the rest. So this is overall better UX, and it is inherently MEV resistant because these actions can't be executed as a normal transactions. They have to be executed in a context of that application. So overall, it reduces the transaction size. It reduces all the overheads for the cluster, like for network and storage, and overall it's MEV resistant. So the last part is actually app sequencer. So as a club, like if I'm running my own order book, I need to prioritize Oracle updates, or I need to prioritize some maintenance operations to have a better user experience. If I'm not able to do that, then most of my transactions will fail. So it will lead to a very bad UX. And I also want to ensure the FIFO ordering and giving every user a fair place in the blockchain. And of course, I want to also detect unnecessary orders which are bound to fail, or maybe detect a DDoS attack. So that's why we also introduced an app sequencer. So like we will have a sequencer where everyone will send their transactions, and then they will be batched. The maintenance operations or important transactions will be executed first or ordered first, and then like other user transactions will be in FIFO order. So JupeNet is optimized for order books inherently. And thank you. And and we have our own nuclear scientist who is working with us, Scar.
Okay, so thank you very much, Galactus. It's true, I used to be a nuclear science, but not anymore, so please don't come to me and ask me how to make nuclear weapons, because I have no idea. But regardless, I have been spent a lot of time in the industry nowadays. I have been working mostly on building DeFi protocols. If you are using Jupyter, probably you have interacted with OpenBook. I'm still a scientist at heart, so I always try to look for the why of the reason, why we are doing things, why those things are happening, and for me it's a very important thing. So in this presentation, I will try to give you a very short overview of what we have seen before and why that is very important for JupeNet and what that unlocks. So far we have presented 3 fundamental ideas. One is the cross-chain liquidity, GAMS ID, and batch transaction. Each one of them sets like a very basic foundation from different things. Like for example, The GAM ID allows you for seamless access and onboarding to the users. Cross-chain liquidity, thanks to the omni-chain stack, also allows us to have cross-liquidity for all the chains. And finally, Batch transactions allows us for building very efficient on-chain order books. So if you put all the components together, you can see that it feels like something is missing still at the very center. And please don't get me wrong, the things that we have present are amazing. They allow us to build some wonderful applications that were never be possible before, like the spot thing that we saw before. But if you pay a little bit more attention to this image, you can see that there is something more, and this more is GAM Perps. And GAM Perps is the first fully decentralized order book-based perpetuals protocol that we are baking into JubeNet. And before understanding why it is so huge for JubeNet, we need to take a step back and understand what are the current problems that exist in the existing blockchains. So there are traditionally most of the blockchains, especially if you want to do trading, they have several problems. To enumerate a few of them, we have very long block times, toxic flow MEV, unpredictable transaction landing, and gas fees and protocol fees everywhere. And these problems makes the life for the market makers super difficult, which ultimately translates that end user is going to have bad pricing, bad liquidity, and if this is not balanced out, we have even another component that is the user experience is horrible. Because let's imagine you want to trade in a new venue. The first thing you need to check is, I have a wallet that is compatible with this new thing. If not, you need to create one. You need to transfer the funds, so that means that you need to find a bridge, and there is a lot of steps that is not very nice for the user experience. But the core fundamental ideas from JubeNet perfectly solve these problems. With the Batch transactions, we can build very efficient order books on-chain order books that prevents toxic flows, so market makers can quote tighter, providing better prices. The cross-chain liquidity problem is solved thanks to the omni-chain stack, and with the GAM and universal ID, we can easily access to the platforms. So now everything makes sense, and GAM Perps naturally emerge from the fundamental ideas of JubeNet. And this is extremely important because that means that the fundamental ideas of JubeNet are deeply rooted into the protocol. It's not something that we have patched after we launched JubeNet, no. We have specifically designed JubeNet from the ground with these core ideas. And that means that from the very first day, GAM Perps will have a lot of features that are super nice to the user, like access to cross-chain liquidity, multi-wallet support, even you can log with passkeys, Google, whatever thing. We will have toxic flow prevention, and that are really nice features for the users, but maybe it's so nice that you put all the money inside and who knows what is going to happen. But the important thing here is that you only need to use Jube.
Hello. Hello. And that's GAM Perps. So thanks Galactus and Skirp for presenting like a broad overview and detail about how Perps works in JubeNet. So a quick recap. Oh, sorry. I don't have the clicker. Could we continue with my flow? Clicker. Oh, clicker. Clicker. Thank you. So, just a quick recap. We have 3 general sections, and Dixon, along with Hurricane today, have shared a brief overview of how GAM Spot and GAM Universal ID works. So, we've really innovative technologies like a truly on-chain ZK walletless standard in SVM, we can actually finally say that you no longer need a seed phrase, you no longer need like a piece of paper. All you need is just the very email account or the very social media accounts you use today. And that is all you need to access and use all GUM applications in JubeNet. Along with that, we also have realized with the help from Josh and Dixon that GumSpot becomes the one place, the one venue to unify liquidity into one place. And that allows you to gain access to many tokens that are not possible, not just possible in Base, Sui, Solana, Ethereum, and more. You can gain access to all of them in just one place. And finally, we have GumPerps. So Perps is a very interesting product, right? It is one of Jupiter's biggest products today. And what we are really fascinated about is because real traders like you trade on Jupiter Perps, we believe that we should build something even greater and better for you to use along with GUM. So that's why Perps in GUM exists. And so one really big key component that's missing is that we have Spot, we have Perps, and we really want to build more interesting and useful applications in JubeNet because there's not just one or two ways, to build interesting use cases between chains, such as being able to access tokens from anywhere in one place and being able to trade perps on one place. You also want to see how you can bring liquidity from one place to another or one place or from another place to another. And even though the liquidity is still in JubeNet, you could still introduce interesting ideas such as universal deposit. And with that, I would like to bring Uriel and Jason up to share with everyone more about universal deposit.
Hello everybody. So, yeah, a lot of things has been pushed out today. We hope it's not too overwhelming. If everything is too overwhelming, do feel free to find us backstage. But I hope that at least one thing is clear. GUM has the ability to solve lots of UX problems that blockchain has today. And of all the actions out there, we believe that deposits is arguably one of the biggest barriers of interconnections between chains. So we're going to talk about that today. I'm Jason, and this is Uriel. Obviously, if you have not caught on, the titles are random, so yeah. So I'll start off with the problem statement, something that we all could relate to. Imagine going out to lunch with your friends in this market. So you guys are having the best time of your life, just talking and catching up. But when it comes to paying the bills, you pay first, and then your friend has to pay you back. But what if you are using Solana, your friend for some reason is not using Solana, is using EVM? It becomes a hell of a mess because due to the isolated nature of chains, it forces you and your friends to actually manually go and navigate terms like bridging fees and all the complex thing that comes along the way. So this all complexity results in a very suboptimal user experience. And at Jupiter, as GUM, we believe that sending money across chain should be as easy as sending money on chain. That's where we come in. So introducing universal deposit. Universal deposit is going to be the first ever production use case leveraging GUM API. It's going to enable every user to deposit from any chain, and it will arrive at the chain that you specify. Everything from the initialization of your deposit address to the funds eventually reaching your end destination address is all end-to-end traceable on-chain. Let's take a look at what that looks like today, what sending to your friend across chain looks like. So we start off with having who knows how many wallets out there. Let's just say you and your friends figure that out. Your friend is using Rabbit wallet or whatever wallet he uses. He sends USDC from Arbitrum to you, who uses a wallet that supports having multiple chains wallet, for example, Phantom. The USDC comes into your wallet. That's arrives as USDC on base, and your friend on Solana sends you a CA telling you, hey, this meme coin is going to boom, let's buy it. Guess what? All your friends went in, you can't, because you are still trying to figure out what's bridging, what's gas. And like you don't have the fees to pay to bridge through Solana. And eventually, once you figure everything out, the token most likely has dumped. With JubeNet, with Universal Deposit, to be specific, everything should just work. So your friends should be able to just send you USDC from any other chains that we support, for example, Arbitrum. It will go through JubeNet, outputs in your destination, outputs the USDC on your destination address, which in this case is Solana, and you can just use it. So JubeNet being the infrastructure here allows us to abstract away a lot of cross-chain complexity that users don't have to and shouldn't have to care about. So at this point, you might be wondering, where can we try this out? The first integrator of Universal Deposit is going to be Jupiter Global. We are aiming to make Jupiter Global truly universal. So apart from enabling users to deposit from any chain into your crypto card, if you were here yesterday, also during the presentation of Jupe Global, where they announced that we can pay like a local due to the scan to pay QR feature that they ship. With Universal Deposit, not only can you pay like a local, you can also deposit like a local. Of course, talking about GUM API, it wouldn't be complete if we only highlight the user experience. Developer experience matters as well. So everything that I just talked about just now is all able to be achieved through one single API call. Just one get endpoint, you have all the address that we support, and that's just it. You can display it to your users. Universal Deposit should just work. Of course, at the back end and everything, it is not that simple. So I'll pass it on to Uriel to present more about how it actually works.
Okay, hello, I'm Uriel, and I'll talk about the API. So for the devs, there's only one API, which is get deposit address. It will take in the user's address and target chain ID. This can be any address on any chain, but for our example, it will be a deposit to Solana. Given that, the API will derive an intermediate address that will act as a coordination point. From the intermediate address on JubeNet, Universal Deposit will map the address to the EVM addresses and the SUI address. So developers don't have to worry about which chain the deposit is coming from. They can just call the API once, and the API will return all the addresses. This is what makes Universal Deposit chain abstracted at the API level. So for the user, it's even simpler. After getting the address, they have to do one fully permissionless transfer to the GUM deposit EVM address. No new wallet, no special flow, no bridging app. Behind the scenes, the deposit is routed through the intermediate address on JubeNet, which coordinates settlement and state. The user never sees this step, it's all abstracted away. Once the deposit is finalized, Universal Deposit will automatically settle the funds to the deposit Solana address. Once again, there's no claiming, no bridging UI, no follow-up transaction. From the user point of view, this is magic. They send a single transaction on EVM, and the assets automatically arrive on Solana. That's the core idea. One transfer does it all, and the system handles everything else. So actually, what looks like the single transfer at the surface is actually coordinated by some nuclear engineering. The Universal Deposit smart contract only acts as the control layer for the deposits across chains. When the funds arrive on EVM deposit address, the runtime and omni-chain services detect the deposit, and GUM will account for it. DAF will validate and route it, and all this state is anchored in the omni-chain ledger, which acts as a source of truth. I'd like to thank the team for helping out for this. And because of all this validation that's done, the system can safely and deterministically settle the funds to the correct Solana address automatically. It's a coordinated system where multiple components work together, so the user only has to do one simple transfer. Okay, so now I'll move on to the demo. So back to the problem statement of how our friend can send money from Base. On the left side, you can see the Juke Global Wallet. So I generated a Base account and sent it to my friend. He's going to paste it into his Ethereum wallet, sorry, his Base wallet, and then transfer the money. Yep. And then once the transfer is done, on the left, we can see that the money has landed in the wallet. It's the transaction on top, yeah. Okay, now back to Xiang.
Idea.
Hello. Cool. As you can see, we just demonstrate universal deposit. So when we first show JubeNet to our partners, there are actually a lot of things they ask us for. So universal deposit is one of the first API will go live. Subsequently, we will enable more API in the future. For example, GUM login using the universal ID. GUM swap API allow our partners to swap and buy any token across any chain. And the last one, the perps API, so that market maker can participate in the trading, participate in trading on perps as well. And before we go on to the next thing, we want to show you one more demo.
We're back to the live demo. There's one thing that I forgot to do. I almost got my salary cut in half. Let's go! But that's not the main point. I think we have extracted like a lot of things that just happened. If we go to the history, and onto Jube FM. This is live, like you can go to this thing. And this is my request. If you look at the type signature sections, you will notice that there's a delegation, and this is actually signed by my passkey. And the most amazing thing is there's this cute little button that if you click, you get to see every single detail that just happened on a swap. Like from submitting the request to the DAF, getting consensus, and the omni-chain stack actually securing your assets on your destination chain, everything here. We think this is super, super exciting for like any builders to just, come in here, look at what's happening, and yeah, have fun.
The cool thing about this is like, we bought Solana FM, 2 years ago. They are finally, doing something useful here. I mean, just to summarize, these are the things that we talk about today. The GUM Universal ID allow anyone to log in with their Google account and also passkey. GUM Spot allow people to buy and sell any token across different chain. GUM Perps for you to trade future at different leverage. with really fast order book performance. And the last one, the API, universal deposit. So you guys may wonder, we've been talking about this for the last 1 year right now. When will it go live? For GUM, the private beta will be today. So you can actually go to the website and sign up for the waitlist. We will slowly let people to go in and start trading on GUM. And for the universal deposit, it will go live on 14 February. So any developer can start using it to allow people to deposit any token directly into their chain. I'm not sure how to say this because this is actually very cool. When I first saw the demo, like what? We've been talking about it for 6 months now. One of the problems that we have is even with the current consensus on SVN, the performance is still not fast enough. So we've been talking about it internally, and the next speaker that I'm going to invite onto the stage, Dean. I think a lot of people probably know him, and this is basically the last part that we really want to work on, and that is the Apex consensus. I'll let Dean, I'm not going to go too much detail into it. I'll let Dean talk about it. And remember to sign up for the waitlist. And also, if you want to use the universal deposit API, you can check it out as well. Dean.
Yo, what's up, everyone? I'm Dean, and I'm a quantum cat. So I've been a technical advisor at Jupyter for a bit over, coming up on 2 years maybe, but over the past year, you may remember my talk at CatLumpurr. I've been working mostly on different aspects of JubeNet, from cryptography to protocol design, and all of these crazy, low-level things that we're using to make the best products for you guys. Today, I want to talk about something new that we've started working on recently called Apex Consensus. And it's an optimistically stable leader consensus mechanism. So a lot of people might be thinking, what is a consensus mechanism? It's a very deep and complicated topic, but in essence, it's a set of rules that allow a distributed network to converge on a single version of the truth. So when we say the truth, what we mean is, what is the actual end state? And when we say converge, what we mean is, it's okay to disagree temporarily so long as we eventually agree. The harsh reality is that consensus is actually really difficult. The reason why is because it actually impacts a lot of things, such as inclusion of transactions, the ordering of those transactions, the execution, as that is dependent upon ordering, and ultimately the final state of the blockchain. And so because it's so fundamental to basically being a reliable keeper of state, or state machine, consensus is a really difficult thing to get right. So why do we think we should innovate on consensus when it's such a difficult area to work on? Well, it's because there is actually no such thing as an ideal consensus mechanism. There's only use cases and trade-offs. If you've been around for a while, you'd be familiar with Bitcoin's proof of work, Ethereum migrating from proof of work to proof of stake, or Solana's proof of history. All of these are really good at doing different things. So the real question is, if it's trade-offs all the way down, then which use case should we be optimizing for? If we look at the total crypto market cap, it's 2.8. Actually, we're down a little bit today. Sorry, we had to pay for the conference somehow. But a greater than $2 trillion market cap if we're just considering our own industry, right? And even though it's only this 2 trillion market cap, even in today's market, winning perps is a greater than $1 billion per year opportunity. And if we consider untokenized assets, things like stocks and securities, there's over 100 trillion there that's waiting to be brought on chain. So if we take all of these things and put them together, how do we capitalize on this to maximize revenue? And not just ours, but also that of our users by unlocking the things that they can trade on and giving them the best performance. We need to build the omni-chain SVM Hyperliquid, essentially. Omni-chain meaning we onboard everything, every asset, everything that you can possibly think to trade. SVM meaning the most performant execution model, and Hyperliquid because people are degens and they love perps. So what is Apex Consensus? Apex Consensus is an accountable, optimistically predictable sequencing mechanism that we achieve through stable leader consensus. The goals of our design here is we want to have a stable leader protocol. That means that we don't need to constantly change the leader, bouncing around the world, creating all of this instability in the network. We want the leader to be trustworthy to the point that we can have 99.99% reliable, instant, optimistic finality, meaning if they say it's included, it's included. We want to have predictable sequencing, because if makers don't know what's going to happen with their transactions, they're not going to want to trade on it. And obviously, as a consensus mechanism, we want to be robust against all of the typical Byzantine faults that we need to protect ourselves from if we want to have a reliable state machine. So why do we want to opt for a stable leader? Frequent leader rotation, it does have some decentralization properties. It does have some de-risking properties. But it also leads to a lot of unnecessary latency and jitter. Actually, you may think that stability means monopoly, but that's not the case. It's actually possible to have a stable leader and not have a monopoly. And this is actually how every single write, multiple read database system in the world today already works. There are many existing consensus methods out there, such as Raft consensus, that operate on this very principle, that if the leader does something wrong, they get replaced. Stability here is not monopoly. Stability here is predictability. Our observation from running one of the largest validators on Solana, as well as acquiring multiple companies who are very experienced in this area, is that the supermajority of validators actually are pretty honest. That is to say, if you give validators the means to do right by their users, they understand that long-term they're going to do better by providing stability and being a positive EV actor in the network. You may have heard the old trope, don't trust, verify. But we believe we can actually trust and then verify. If we provide an optimistic level of trust to these validators, but without giving them full control to do bad, evil things by later verifying them, we kind of get the best of both worlds. We get fast execution, but we also get security guarantees. We actually think that we don't really need a super fancy mechanism for things like how do we detect fraud or how do we do all of these things. We actually think these things are quite simple to measure, and what we really need is just a way to express our existing social consensus in protocol. I guarantee if you went to every validator on the network today and said, hey, do you want to stop people from sandwiching? Here is a magic button. I guarantee you like 90+% of those validators would press the button. So what can we do to actually trigger a leader change? There's kind of 4 broad classes of leader changes here. We have the epoch boundary, where we reorder the leaders in the consensus set based upon their stake. We then have timeouts. If a leader fails to produce a block within a specified timeout, we need to be able to quickly fail over to the next node in the set. Third, foul play. Today, it's very interesting. Foul play seems to be mostly limited in most blockchain systems to things that would basically violate consensus or violate the network rules, like no double spends. But there's actually a whole plethora of foul play that is very easy to detect, maybe after the fact, but not just in time. And so we also want to explore this area. And finally, supermajority eviction, meaning that if the majority of the stake knows that this is a bad validator, like, it's very simple. If you go to sandwich.me today, you can go and pick like 2 or 3 addresses of validators with a 60% sandwich rate. It's very obvious that this is a bad actor trying to harm the network. And we think we can probably do something here to empower our validators to defend our users from these kinds of attacks without having to suffer downtime or latency issues. So in Apex Consensus, there are 2 classes of nodes. There is an Apex node, and there are base nodes that support it. An Apex node proposes blocks advancing the chain tip, whereas base nodes finalize blocks by voting on them and advancing our consensus latently. If we have a look here, we see T1, T2, T3, Tn, right? B, like block 1, block 2, block 3, and a quorum certificate. We see that the Apex node creates the blocks, the base nodes afterwards verify them, and we just continue on in a straight line like this. But just because we are yet to verify the blocks does not mean that we cannot have a very high probability that what is happening in block 3 will eventually be confirmed by the base nodes. So let's see a little bit of code to sort of show you a little bit more what it looks like under the hood. We have a quorum view. A quorum view is essentially a unique ID that is linked to the previous ID of the previous quorum view, an active slot or a block height at which it becomes active, a threshold of how many signatures are required, and the pub keys, or the current set of consensus validators, the first one being the Apex validator, and the rest being base nodes that support it. These nodes will then basically, as the Apex node releases blocks, the base nodes will then execute the block, calculate the same bank hash, as well as calculate our omni-chain consensus hash, and they will put this into a quorum message that each of them will sign. This quorum message eventually gets aggregated by the Apex leader, however, for censorship resistance purposes, is visible to all other validators. And the Apex validator will eventually compact them all down into a single succinct proof with a bitmap showing which keys, which validator signed to verify their block. Okay, cool. So let's see what this looks like in practice. So you can see that this consensus mechanism is actually really fast. Because we are using a bitmap and a subset of a BLS quorum, so long as we have somewhat reasonable ping between the validators, they can actually reach finality really fast. In fact, if we just like slow this video down and have a look at what's actually happening under the hood, we can see here slot 772 proposing bank hash, right? And we see we have a signature from validator 3, validator 1, and validator 4. And then because we're running a quorum of 4 of 6, in reality we will have a larger quorum size than this. We see that once we receive 4 of those votes, we can actually finalize the certificate and advance not just the chain tip, but also the consensus. However, you can see we also have 5 out of 4, 6 out of 4 signatures below this. We still aggregate these signatures to basically keep record of the fact that these other nodes have voted on the block. And as you can see here, we have a bitmap. If you can read binary, you can see that we've got validators 0, 1, 3, and 4. Why do we want to do this? It's because better sequencing means better execution. And at the end of the day, we want to capitalize on our ability to have seamless vertical integration from the best products down to the best execution. You may think that the competition is other chains, but it's not the case. The competition isn't other chains. It's on-chain. The competition already exists. on a bunch of different chains. However, the problem is that as a user, you don't have access to this competition, and that itself is uncompetitive. Omni-chain is actually not a zero-sum game. Our goal here is very simple. We want to aggregate everything and win together. Thank you, everyone.
So I'm here to introduce the next speaker. So when we are trying to build a gum spot, one of the problems that we run into, actually not a problem, it's more like, actually it's a problem. So we are very good at SVM execution. We can source any liquidity on SVM, but the problem that we have is how do we source liquidity from all other EVM chains? So naturally, we reach out to our old friends at CatLumpurr. They are the #1 aggregator at all the SVM chain, and they support all the SVM chains out there. So we've been working closely together over the last few months to make sure that when anyone want to buy a token on GumSpot, we are finding the best liquidity for them, not just on SVM, and also across all the EVM chain as well. I would like to introduce Mike from CatLumpurr.
All right, thank you, Seong. What's up, everyone? How are you? How are you feeling today about the subnet and also announcement? Okay, so I'm Mike. I'm from CatLumpurr, and to be honest, I'm really excited to be here today with all the community here. And I think Jupiter has done a really good job, and they have been building a lot for the last couple of years, and of course for the year 2026 to become, and especially the subnet. And CatLumpurr really honored to be a part of the Jupiter journey with subnet here. So CatLumpurr, we are the liquidity aggregator on multi-chain, but we only focus mostly on EVMs. So you may wonder why CatLumpurr is here and what is CatLumpurr, right? So let me just give a really quick introduction about the CatLumpurr. So what is CatLumpurr? CatLumpurr is a multi-chain decentralized platform. We mostly focus on EVM networks like Ethereum, Layer 1 and Layer 2. We have the advanced matching engines and routing engines that will give the user the best possible rate on EVM networks. And we also provide the comprehensive earning opportunities, whether you want to enter into lending, borrowing protocol, or you want to be in the liquidity protocol. And CatLumpurr, we kind of like the OG DEX. We started in early 17, and we quickly switched to the multi-chain DEX aggregator in 2021 after the DeFi summer. And as of 2025, we are proud to be the #1 EVM DEX aggregator by volume. And CatLumpurr is really a cornerstone Lego for EVM DeFi, where we are integrated by all trusted protocols like all the major wallets, MetaMask, Rappi Wallet, and others. And we also integrated by other top liquidity protocols like Uniswap, PancakeSwap, FluidID, I think they presented yesterday, and also LeFi and across all the major cross-chain products. And out of that, we have the version of CatLumpurr. I think it's pretty similar to what Jupiter has been talking about it for the last for the last 2 days. We want to be a fundamental finance intelligence and matching engine for the next global financial system, where we already provide the advanced matching and routing engines with optimizing on execution and reliability. Other than that, we are providing a unified financial intelligence layer. So whenever you want to file a token, Kyber Swap will be the best place for you to find a new meme or the new created token on EVMs. And we also provide the token price, token insight, and also market insight, so that you can make decisions easier and faster. And lastly, we want to be a blockchain agnostic architecture with the networks and protocols as under the hood. And in 2025 and early 2026, Kyber Swap is already have around 40% of the market share on the EVM side. So, sorry, Mel, I want to steal like just your first line here. On EVM, just use Kyber Swap. So you may wonder like why Kyber Swap is here, right? So we have a really long-standing relationship with Mel and the Jupiter team. We have been knowing each other since like 2017, and some of the team members like have been working at Kyber for some time, and now they are working at Jupiter. And the relationships always built on trust, mutual understanding, and respect. And so that's why when it comes to the like relationship, I think this is not like really a new partnership from Jupiter and Kyber, but it's more like continuation of a shared journey that we have for a really long time. And other than that, Kyber Swap and Jupiter have really same mindset and same goal and same visions, as we put the user experience first, where we always optimize for the speed, the stability, and also the best execution or best rate for all the users. And because of that, when I think Jupiter want to build like the future of the finance, and they want to give the best experience for their user on Zapnet as soon as possible. I think definitely like Jupiter and the team, they can like do something on EVM. They can make something on EVM. But why you have to spend so much time to do that and like keep user waiting for the feature to go on by just use Kyber Swap, right? So here, as the #1 EVM DEX aggregator, the Jupiter has chosen Kyber Swap to handle all the EVM side, and we are really proud to be the one that handle all the EVM related tasks for the subnet. And with our deep like knowledge, domain knowledge and understanding about the EVM, and also our like continuation of optimization for like swapping and experience on EVM, I think the partner will come with like the best possible experience for the user on Zapnet. And of course, Zapnet, with the collaboration from Jupiter, the #1 on SVM, and Kyber Swap, the #1 on EVM. Thank you.
Yo, 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 hello, hello, hey, let's go! Wow, 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 what the hell? 3 hours. Wow, holy shit. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Wow, how do you feel?
Still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, but anyway, you know, me and Sean have been working on this for a long time. The whole Omicron thing has been a dream of ours since I think about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, we started with Dolph, what, 4 years ago? Yeah. And we were still, that was a pretty small team. Then we realized that we need more talents. Then, I mean, it has been something that we've been working on over exactly 4 or 5 years ago. But the team started forming when Nick joined from Solana FM, and that's when we started working on it over the last 1 year. I mean, the cool thing about it is like now we can finally show something that people can use, and that's the actual journey starts.
Yeah. So it's funny because I think about 7 or 6 years ago, I showed up in KL. Back then, also Jupiter yet, right? And I started drawing some stuff for Xiong. I'm like, hey, why can't we do this, right? They were saying, and then I think, and that was actually where I think the early genesis of this thing came about. But yeah, we have always kind of like really wanted to kind of like we've always believed in a multi-chain world, right? And we kind of really believe there's going to be hundreds of chains in the world in the future, right? So so it's been a real honor to and also the project called Dolph that was working with May and her team on for a long time, and Jan from Stanford, and then that led to the JupNet now. Yeah, but it has been a really long journey, and in the last 1.5 years, the team has been incredible, right?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely interesting. Multiple offsite. We did offsite in SF, we did offsite in Malaysia, we did offsite in Berlin. It was very fun to actually especially early stage of the project. It's always fun to get everyone the same room, talk about different stuff. I mean, I'm excited. It's like, sign up for the waitlist. We will let you guys try it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in summary, I think that it's actually really cool because it's like you guys kind of see, right, how we are trying to really advance the entire thing across the stack, right? You know, whether it's on the front end level, the middle layer, API layer, the cross-chain layer, and also at the consensus layer, right? And I think that we are at the final stage right now, where we're trying to glue everything together. Yeah, and yeah, it has been the team has been incredible. Incredibly. Yeah, it's kind of really cool to see how like every few months make some progress. Like really big progress. Yeah. Anyway, the Nick is coming up soon, and yeah, we will just be ready. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Let's go.
The team, hey,
all right, everyone, let's give it up for Miao Xiang one more time. It looks like we're bringing Nick on the stage, or we're not. Just kidding. Okay, what do you want to do? Okay. Well, they're going to take a group little family photo, and while they prepare for that, I just want to give one public service announcement. We have lunch. It's going to be starting around 1:30. And we'll be back at 2:30. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this morning announcements, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
I'm afraid of the best. to meet us somewhere other side. I feel cocky, I feel you. Try to fall asleep and summertime. Wash away your soap to say we can get the good stuff of it. I contemplate, I snow just stay. We can leave them off crazy. You want me, but you know it all, and me know, and me know. You want me, but you know it all, and me know, and me know. Relájate, cariño. Relájate, amor. Toma caipirinha, siente el calor. No te enfadas más. Ven, ven, dame tu paz. Pasa lo que pasa, conmigo te vas, te vas, te vas. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días, noches. Yeah. Sabes, drama no pega en verano. Olvida los celos, olvida rencor. Aquí no hay pelea, mi amor. Solo reggaetón, ton, ton. Solo reggaetón. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días, noches. Yeah. enfades conmigo. No pude ser tu abrigo, pero piénsalo lo bonito. Esta canción para ti he escrito.
Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita.
Sin ti todo pierde sentido.
Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti.
Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. you go. Don't leave it now. A lot of you can never know. Until I build, I lead you and never slide. And I hope or setting fire is what you want. There's a mirror somewhere up beside. I feel like I feel you. Ready for the sweetness in the time. Wash away your something say. We can get the good stuff of it. I climb and play. I snow just stay. We can leave them off guard, either. You want me, but you know it all, and me now, and me now. You want me, but you know it all, and me now, and me now. Relájate, cariño. Relájate, amor. Toma caipirinha, siente el calor. No te enfadas más. Ven, ven, dame tu paz. Pasa lo que pasa, conmigo te vas, te vas, te vas. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días, noches, yeah. Sabes, drama no pega en verano. Olvida los celos, olvida rencor. Aquí no hay pelea, mi amor. Solo reggaetón, ton, ton. Solo reggaetón. Con los pies en la arena y tu risa encendida, quiero verte, mi querida. No llores más por tonterías. Verano, nena, disfrutamos noches y días, días, noches, yeah. sales conmigo. No pude ser tu abrigo, pero piénsalo lo bonito. Esta canción para ti he escrito.
Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita.
Sin ti todo pierde sentido.
Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti.
Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. Quizás te piensas cosas así, lo sé, pero piensa lo maravilloso que tenemos y podemos. Te pido este amor, mantenemos. Chiquitita, pitufita, para mí tú más bonita. Sin ti todo pierde sentido. Mami linda, yo no quiero esta vida sin ti. Oh, no, por favor te lo pido. Por favor te lo pido. you can never know. Until I build, I lead you and never slide. And I hope or set and fire is what you want.
Edge products to come out of Jupiter. We're going to be talking, of course, about prediction markets and the man who's leading the charge. Give it up for my boy. Let's go! Juliet!
Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming, and I hope you guys had a good lunch today. So yeah, thank you, Fluffy. So yeah, I'll be talking about prediction markets today and a few announcements that we have for today. So just for context, we started prediction markets towards the end of last year. We started with a very small market. It was for F1. And it was something that all of our colleagues wanted. So in Jupiter, we have very, very fast drivers, like super fast. And they all wanted to bet on F1, but we couldn't because there was Polymarket, Kaoshi, but we couldn't do it on Solana. So we built it, and we bet on it, and we built a platform from it, where we are now. So just for context, a lot of things at Jupiter we build it from, it's either two ways. It's either we want to solve a problem, or if Xiong says it's cool. If he says it's cool, then we build it. So Xiong came to me and said, yo, Julian, I have this very cool idea. Why not we do prediction markets on like Kaoshi? And so I said, yeah, let's do it. It sounds cool. And Xiong, when he tells you things, right, it sounds cool, but sometimes it's hard. But he will always have an answer. And one of the things he will always tell anyone, you can ask Raju and that team, he will always say, if you give him some questions about, hey, Xiong, what about this? He will say, bro, this one easy lah. AI can do it one day. ChatGPT can do it one day. So that's what we did. We did it in 2 weekends with me, another engineer called KK. So today, prediction markets is like where we are now. We just almost hit like 5 million in volume. It actually sounds good, but it's not the best yet. Like we'll get better. So to get better, we have to do a few things, which I'm going to announce today. Before I do that, I want to shout out to all my team members who work on the prediction markets, especially very sad Cat, who has been helping a lot on everything we've done today. So I would like to give an applause to my team and also appreciation for everything that we've done today. Thank you. So let's get started. Today, when you bet on Jupiter prediction markets, your collateral is in Jup USD. And yeah, this sounds like boring, like what's up with it? So in prediction markets, there's a lot of markets where you hold for either like a year, 2 years, 3 years, like you don't know. And up until now, it was always in USDC. So if you lost everything, and if you win, you just win whatever you claim. But with Jup USD, and with what we have today, when you hold a position, you can earn yield on it, and we'll give you the yield. And this will be the first on Solana to be able to do this, and we'll have it ready soon. So on Jupiter, if you bet, Even if you lose, you will still get something. And it's only available on Jupyter. Yep. So we're still figuring out the details on the yield and all, but yeah, we'll have something ready and we'll let you guys know soon. So please bet today. The next one, recommended events. For Jupyter, we don't want to be another trading terminal because there's already a lot of trading terminals out there. And what makes us different if we are doing the same trading terminal as well? So something we're going to focus on heavily is to be on the social and also recommended aspect part of it. So like today, which is live, we will show you events that you are interested in, things that you bet on in the past, things that you might like. Because we don't want to just be another trading terminal for Telegram. We want to show you things that you want, things that people you're following are trading on. And this is something that we're going to be expanding a lot this year on the social and like recommendations part. The next one, we're launching it early next week, limit orders. Right now you can only do market orders, but the problem is for volatile markets, it doesn't work too well, like you might feel at a very bad price. So for next week, we're going to have limit orders for buys, and for stuff like NBA, NFL, where the prices change a lot, with this you can have a better execution. And for the people who, technically inclined, just want to trade, we will have the prediction markets API. It will be, so you guys can put your own front-end bots, anything you want. And it will be free and ready to use. There will be no restrictions. You can just use it anywhere you want. And as usual, the main ones people are looking for is Unmore and YY for this. So we have more things coming up, but these are the main things. So remember when I said earlier that we want to make trading more social. We don't want to just be like, just a boring trading terminal UI. That's not what we were looking for. So how do we do something interesting on Telegram? I mean, everyone uses Telegram here. So today, we're also launching our Telegram bot for prediction markets. Yep. So you can trade with friends. You can do exactly all the same thing. And the best thing is we have leaderboards and clans. So you can trade with anyone, or you can trade with your friends and see who's the best trader or better. And like I said, we're launching today. So you can try today by scanning the QR right now. Yep. So I'll give you guys a few seconds to start trading. And as always, for anything that you guys try, if you have any feedback or any problems, you can just let us know, like we are all here. Just let anyone know. So please try out the Telegram trading bot and also our app. And if you have any questions, let us know. But that's not the final part. So we have one more announcement coming up for prediction markets. So like I said, we started this a few months ago. It was like a very cool experiment that we built, and it was something that we want to just try. And we realized that actually there's a lot of room for growth in prediction markets, not just in terms of like the features, but like what you can do, what we can experiment with. So I think along the way, when we build things, we realized that there are certain things that we are restricted by and things that we just cannot do. So one of those things is I think that a lot of you want more markets and more like fun markets, right? Something interesting to bet on. So we figured out that that's what the users want, and so today we're going to announce a new collaboration with Polymarket. Yeah. Yes. So we'll be partnering with Polymarket to bring you all of the markets on, Polymarkets to Solana. And from today, right now, you can actually already bet on Polymarket events inside the app and also in the Telegram bot. So it's not for tomorrow, it's not for today. You can bet live right now on Polymarket events. And yeah, we have more things coming up in the, yep, thank you. We have more things coming up, more fun categories, more interesting things to try. So yeah, feel free to try, and if you guys have any questions, just find me or any of the team. And thank you for trying out the prediction market so far, and I hope that we can give you a better product in 2026. Thank you, everybody.
All right, give it up one more time for Julian, everybody. Man, that Polymarket Jupyter collaboration is going to slap. Okay. This next talk is probably one of the more important talks that we're going to be giving at CatLumpurr. It's a whirlwind overview of all the things that Jupyter worked on in 2025. Here to tell that story, you love him, you know him, Cash Donda!
All right. How we doing, everybody? My name is Cash Donda. I'm back again with a 2025 recap for Jupyter. 15 minutes, inshallah. I'll get through it all. in case you're too busy, just it was a banger is really all you need to know. A lot happened. At the beginning of 2025, Jupiter was already Solana's largest trading venue, but over the course of the year, we became the most comprehensive on-chain financial platform in all of crypto, not just on Solana, right? Massive amounts of new products, massive amounts of users, massive amounts of growth happening over the year, and that's what I want to talk about in the next 15 minutes. I do want to make very clear this recap is not meant to be a victory lap. We know we have not won. We are very far from winning. As I talked about yesterday, on-chain finance is still a tiny fraction of what it needs to do to actually be successful. But we wanted to put this recap together because I think it shows what is possible in the span of just 12 short months when you have the right team, a lot of them who are over here right now, that have the right team working on the right problems with the right tech. And so when you see this, or when I see this, I feel really inspired about what's going to happen in 2026, and I hope that you will too. So without any further ado, let's get into the product suite recap here. I'll fly through these because we have a lot of products, and I'll also point out these numbers are our best faith effort. Data varies a little bit. It's very complicated on-chain, on Solana in particular, so we looked at our internal data, Blockworks, Dune dashboards, Token Terminal, and many other places to source these. At a very high level, some big numbers for everybody, growth across the board. In 2025, there was nearly 43 million active wallets using Jupiter products, which is incredible. Yeah, that's the right way to go. That's an 80% year-on-year increase, which is a massive amount of growth. What's even cooler, though, is the total volume was about $1.13 trillion. Yeah, which is a 200% increase. So not only did we have more trading wallets, those trading wallets were doing more volume as well, which is what we love to see. TVL was slightly up on the year, just about 2.5%, although in fairness, at the end of 2024, Sol was at like 180. By the end of the year, it was like at 120. So, there's some price discrepancy there because the TVL depends on Sol. There's still some growth happening, though, and that's what we love to have happen here. You might wonder why I and every other speaker has just repeatedly spammed you with nobody ships like Jupiter. Well, here's the reason. It's because nobody fucking ships like Jupiter, all right? This is just a short list of what we did in 2025, and the text is so goddamn small, I can't even read it, and it's missing like half the things that actually came up, right? This is just 1 year's of achievement right here. I'll go through some of the highlights on a product-by-product basis, but you can see that the product suite, the Jupiter stack, as we call it, expanded dramatically itself. And then from there, we just have, wins on wins. So first, Spot and Terminal remained the #1 trading avenue on Solana with a bunch of new features, including Ultra V3, nearly $900 billion in volume on the Spot side over the course of last year. And that is due to the massive amounts of integration. Shout out to Desmond and Orson and everybody else on the team. 135 plus liquidity sources integrated into the Jupiter Spot product. On top of that, we have Jupiter Z, which is the best RFQ system on Solana. This is a way for market makers to do transactions or to fulfill transactions with zero slippage, gaslessly, making sure that you get the best price possible. This did about $36 billion last year in volume. This is one of the best kept secrets in the Jupiter stack, and it's all powered by the 27 market makers that we added over the course of the year. Jupiter Perp, how many of you use Jupiter Perps? Do we have any Perps traders in the building? Oh, very nice. All right. A bunch of folks know that Jupiter Perps gives you guaranteed liquidity at size, and that's really what separates it. And those boys really cooked over the course of the year as well. Increased the amount of leverage to 250x, max trade size of 20 million per position, and reduced the fees. We saw volumes go up, and we saw the fees generated go up by a third as well. So some great growth numbers there, right? We're seeing growth across the board is the takeaway. And JLP, how many people here have JLP? Hopefully every hand goes up, yeah. I don't give financial advice, but if I did, I'd say JLP is a very attractive token. I know Ari knows what I'm talking about over here as well. The best got even better as the team built additional products around a JLP that helped increase its yield and increase its value. So at the all-time high, $2.5 billion in 2025, with more than $300 million generated here after JLP loans and the native stake of Sol were added. The Jupiter mobile wallet is just the best. How great was Aaron's presentation yesterday? He crushed it over here. We've completed a few arcs now over the course of the year, rapidly iterating to make it the best in the world every time we're trying to do it. First it was swaps, then it was DeFi, most recently it was the Trencher arc. We saw 1.1 million Total installs up nearly 300% on the year, and nearly 25 million swaps conducted via mobile. And these numbers are just getting going as more and more features and more value gets added. The normie arc itself is going to hopefully grow these even further. On top of that, we have a portfolio tracker. Shout out to Guam, Olivier, Cam, and Opti over here. Shipping, airdrop checker, claimable items, much more. There are entire companies where, like, if it was just this slide in what they did in 2025, it would be an impressive feat, right? But this is just one of many slides that we have over here. The developer platform remained the default way for builders to actually get on chain. We shipped 7 new APIs, if you can believe it, have the new developer portal, launched the Jupyter plugin, and much more. Shout out to the dev team over there on Hull, YY and the boys. The validator continued to grow. I know there's so many green numbers and so much year-on-year growth. The validator grew by nearly 250% over the course of the year, and Jupyter Lend obviously was born over in 2025, end of the year, with a number of major stats, right? We continue to go. Studio was a great experiment and is a great experiment in community formation. We saw thousands of tokens created and fees created as well. There's a great booth for Jupyter Studio creators on the other side that people should go check out if you haven't already. Yeah, it's a Studio creators. Let's go. And DTF came out with our first ICO platform with the wet token launch. I know Connor and Ben are around here somewhere. Shout out to them. 8,000 pre-sale participants, $5.5 million raised. And then finally, I think it is the extension wallet, Fast AF. Everyone here should use it. We launched it late in Q4, already at 150,000 active wallets, and that number is also growing very quickly. Another key surface for us to be able to serve users end to end. And in addition, there's even more, I guess. Verified came to, even I am surprised by how much we've been shipping over the course of the year. 4.2 thousand tokens for verification, an essential public good on Solana, helping prevent scams and keep people safe from imposter tokens, and 1 million Jupe burned as a result of the new Express Lane. Of course, we have prediction markets, which Julian just talked about. How about that polymarket integration, huh? That is going to be very fun. Bunch of new markets coming in here. Young product still, only a few months old, but 12,000 active traders, 17,000 positions, and a few $1 million in volume. And finally, the Rewards Hub launched in 2025, 11,000 claims, and there's a $2 million Jupe USD trading competition going on right now. You can all claim as well. And surely that is the last slide. Thank God. Okay, that is all of the product stuff. I'm going to take a real quick dip into the business overview as well. Some programming notes. We're changing the terminology a little bit. We have led the way in terms of kind of transparency on how the products and the business actually work over the course of the year. And these reports come as we've kind of evolved our thinking on how to talk about things. So we now, what we used to call fees, which is the kind of total amount of money that comes in, the top line, as you would say, we're now going to call that gross revenue going forward, which is the kind of proper way to do it in traditional accounting. And what we used to call revenues, kind of the mid-funnel here, we're going to call that gross profit, all right? So it's gross revenue at the top, gross profit in the middle, and then the litter box and everything else come after that, just to give people a sense. So in 2025, our strongest year as a business yet, we did $509 million in gross revenue and top line, which is pretty incredible, and $183 million in gross profit. Now remember, the litter box is after that $183 million. That itself is a 50% nearly year-on-year increase. And I think the most exciting thing is that the Jupyter business is getting increasingly diversified. That's what you want to see in a business, to have multiple streams so it can be more resilient over time. At the start of the year, perps was the vast majority of all the gross profit that was coming in. Now it's about 55 to 60%. I want perps to continue to growing. Hopefully the number in absolute terms continues to go up. But we want that proportion to get smaller and smaller as more other products are able to contribute as well. That's where a lot of growth is going to come from. Of course, as the products we grew and as the business grew, it was a challenging year in the markets. And this was really a year of strategic refocus for the Jupyter token. This was a pivotal year because we implemented a bunch of changes based on the feedback that we heard from the community. And a quick recap would include Jupiwary 2025. I assume, who got Jupiwary 2025? People got it here? Yeah, all right. People got that. An invitation into the DAO, 2 million eligible wallets, 500 million Jupe given out to them, approved by the DAO in the first place. We took Jupe Soul and directed those revenues to the DAO. Those are still accumulating to this day, nearly 3,000 Jupe Soul happening here, a way to kind of help fund those impact efforts as they continue into the future. We launched the Jupe Accumulation Plan and a Litter Box Trust. which takes 50% of Jupiter's on-chain revenues and uses that to accumulate Jupe from the open market in a programmatic way. And then we listened to feedback again, right? This was really the year where we took Jupe and started to treat it more like a product, right? Started to listen into that feedback and understand what token holders, community members, and users wanted to see. And so as a result of that feedback we received, we actually ended up burning, after a DAO vote, burning about 135 million Jupe tokens as well. I should point out that the Litterbox Trust will have a second vote. We talked about this a little while ago on what to do with the ongoing kind of funds that are going into it. It is still accumulating every day. Right now, at the end of the year, it had about 35 million Jupe tokens in it. Now that number could be more, but about $70 million in total used into the Litterbox Trust over 2025. But I think the kind of biggest and most important thing that we did was this fresh start narrative, right? A lot of folks had told us that, hey, the DAO was starting to overpower the way people were thinking about Jupe, and the community and the conversations were getting overly anchored there. And so we want to kind of scale the DAO back to its most efficient and effective form, which meant only voting on high leverage decisions around tokenomics and major treasury items. And that's why you've seen the pace of voting decrease, as we're focusing on the things that really matter, in addition to reducing that staking window from 30 days down to 7 days, again, in response to what token holders want to see. We really care about our token holders. We really care about our community. We care about our users. We want to make sure we're building in ways that are best for them. After that, I'll take a little bit to talk about our strategic partnerships, because it was a year of banger, high-level partnerships, one after the other. The only way to describe it is that Jupiter has become the default first stop for anyone that wants to do anything in on-chain finance, particularly on Solana. We worked with 100+ strategic partners over the year across all of these different categories, right? So here we're talking about asset issuers. We're part of the alliance with Ondo and Xstocks, Sunrise, who's bringing assets from other chains like Hype and Lit and so forth, Remora, which is also doing tokenized equities. Anyone that is trying to take RWAs and bring them onto Solana, the first people they talk to every time is going to be Jupiter, because we have the distribution, verified, and many other features that make us essential in their workflow. That itself is a giant moat, by the way. If you are bullish on the future of tokenization, bullish on the future of RWAs, you have to be bullish on Jupiter. We're one of the prime beneficiaries there. We also saw TradFi and institutions come on chain with Jupiter, Anchorage and Porto. We issued an ETP in Europe with 21 shares, STSS, one of the larger Sol DATs, CETA as well, again, all partnering with Jupiter. Ecosystem projects, this is our foundation, right? We were built with other builders in the trenches over the last 4 or 5 years. Projects like 00, Lombard, Bullpen, Lulo, and I think another 50 others integrated Jupiter APIs to power their products and their experiences. Yeah. Liquidity venues, again, Jupiter is the best place to trade fundamentally. And so we have a bunch of great market makers and liquidity venues added. And then my favorite of all of these are the global crypto platforms that expanded to Solana. In the coming year, in 2026, we're going to see even more of this, as every major fintech, and honestly, many major banks and other asset issuers are going to try to come on-chain. And when they offer these on-chain financial primitives to their users, they know where to go. They know the answer is to just use Jupiter, because Coinbase did, Uniswap did, Robinhood did, MetaMask did, Binance did, and many, many others, right? This is, again, a key moat. As the world of on-chain finance continues to scale, Jupiter is going to be at the center of it. And I think that is something we're only going to further accelerate in 2026. Let's go. All right, so just to wrap up, I know that was a lot of information all at once. We're going to put this recap out in a formal kind of PDF format next week with even more details across all the partnerships and the products. So if you want to dig into it more, you'll have that opportunity next week. But I just wanted to end by saying something kind of simple. The products at Jupiter are best in class. I think anyone that's used them knows that to be true, and they're only getting better every day because we continuously ship. The business is strong. It provides a reliable foundation, bear market or bull market, for us to continue to ship and continue to be able to add more value to everyone in this room. And the community, as I look around right now, seems pretty energized to me. Let's go. All of this comes together in one simple thing that I have 100% confidence in. It's a 100% cash guarantee right now. 2026 will be the year of the cat. I can promise you that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh man, we love a good cash talk. Well, you know, if you want to ship that fast, you need to have a really, really strong foundation. And so this next speaker is the head of platform engineering over at Jupiter, and he's going to be talking about how Jupiter is going to approach solving problems in 2026. Please give it up for Kyle!
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Kyle Espinola. I'm leading a variety of platform initiatives at Jupiter, and today I wanted to share with you a little bit how we are thinking about engineering going into 2026 and beyond. First off, I think this has been abundantly clear, no one ships like Jupiter. We have products like a new credit card, Perbs. We even built our own Omni-chain. We have the best spot, the most traffic when it comes to viewing your portfolio. If it's on DeFi, if it's on chain, it's on Jupiter. How we've done that, Aaron touched on it. We utilize small, focused teams that have end-to-end execution around their products. However, this does not come without its drawbacks. It's something that I'm going to be calling the silo trap today. In isolation, there's certain trade-offs that need to be made. What often happens is we see our teams solving the same problem. At Jupiter, we cover what other teams do as sole and singular problem sets. That means when it comes to interacting with Solana, we are sending RPC requests. We are decoding on-chain data. We are launching servers across the globe. And we're doing that over and over and over again, presenting a common problem set between all of our engineers. They did this, and you must do this when you're going and starting to grow, is you need to make strategic trade-offs. You can't possibly focus end-to-end on every minutia of the stack because best is the enemy of good, and good is what gets us to the masses, and that's what Jupiter has done thus far. We, as a secondary consequence of that, you might not experience it, but there is loose interconnectivity between Jupiter products today. Our experiences on Jupe AG and Jupe Mobile do a wonderful job of presenting a cohesive product suite, but I will say under the hood, it isn't necessarily all that beautiful. Most of our connectivities between our products would be like services interacting through independent API gateways. They send traffic to each other over the public internet. We have a variety of domains that you have to deal with. If you're a developer, you see that when you go to our API portal. We really interact like a suite of different services that are communicating with each other and doing our best to provide an end solution. Now, that's not good enough. We are at good. We want to be the best. Meow was on stage here speaking about now we need to go back to beta. We want to be the best in every product category, and that's what I'm here to speak about, how we are doing that at the engineering front. Okay, you saw that I was the lead of platform engineering, and I want to talk to you about what actually platform means for us. It's a stopping of reinventing, and it's the beginning of compounding. Platform engineering is about compounding value. It's about solving point solutions once and making it easy to share the capabilities across all of Jupiter products. For me, that is what platform engineering does. That's why I am here. That's why my teammates are here. We're here to solve very distinct, difficult challenges one time and make them accessible to all of our Jupiter engineering teams. All right, yeah. Okay, so over these next few slides, I'm going to take you through some of the initiatives that we have been embarking on really over the past 3 months. So most of this work is relatively new, but I hope you'll see that it's already having a huge impact at Jupiter, especially for you as our end users. The first one to present is our own global runtime. Jupyter Compute is what we call it internally. All these names that you see are project code names. You aren't going to see them on our project headlines, but no, under the hood, this is what is powering Jupyter. As I mentioned, when our teams go end to end, they have their own methods of deploying services. We use a lot of different cloud providers. We're on GCP, we're on AWS, we're on Cloudflare Workers, we're on a variety of different bare metal providers. And that means that we can scale. Teams don't have to come to an infrastructure team for deployment. But when it comes time for our services to interconnect with each other, again, they have to go through the public internet. They're loosely coupled. But with the Jupyter Compute platform, we're aiming to solve that. So now, going forward, all Jupyter products will be deployed on a ubiquitous global runtime that covers the globe and offers seamless connectivity wherever you are in the world. Next up, I want to talk about rechats. And really what it means for you is that we see the chain first. Viewing the activity on Solana is one of the most critical components to offering an exceptional service. It means that you get instant visibility into the transfers that you make, the information that you have committed to the blockchain, and it makes it so that we can have world-class trading experiences. And what we've done at Jupyter is invest in our capabilities of seeing on-chain activity before anyone else. And that is through a piece of software called Rechat, which is actually open source and sponsored by Jupyter. You can go use it today if you're a developer at lamportsdev/rechat. And what it really means is that we have a global streaming network that taps into a variety of sources to ensure that we see the chain first. That means we have redundant streams providing data to our products, and that we also are utilizing the enormous amount of stake of the Jupyter validator to give us unprecedented access to on-chain data. This next one is our latest project. It's cooking right now. Really, you see here, it's raw bits into real-time clarity. For my Solana developers out there, I knew the first thing when I started working with Solana was it was incredibly hard to read. Quite literally, when you are dealing with Solana and you're seeing transactions and you're seeing accounts, it's a bunch of 1s, 0s, 5s, 6. Everything is saved as raw bit arrays so that the chain is as performant as possible. But when it comes time to read it, it is very opaque. You need to have decoder instructions for each protocol, which may or may not be available. And then you need to be able to distribute that to your services so that they can make actionable results. Project Janus is our drive to ensure that our teams have complete clarity about how the chain is operating, understand how every DeFi protocol is changing, and giving us access to provide you robust insights and analytics as you continue to use Jupyter projects. You're going to hear more about Janus in a few minutes later today as my team presents it, so I'll let them share the details about how it's going to work and how we are very excited to bring this type of unprecedented access to on-chain data to our Jupyter users. The final bit of platform technology that we have been cooking, again, this has been 3 months in the making, so there's going to be a lot more for 2026. But we have Beam. Now, Beam we've advertised and we publicized a little bit, especially with Ultra. Beam is our transaction forwarding network. And what it means to you is that we go direct to the leader. There is no middleman operating in between your transaction and the chain, which is going to make sure that we have the highest transaction landing rate, and that there is no opportunity for your transaction to be maliciously intercepted by any toxic MEV. I will actually be coming back on stage and I'll give you all a deep dive into Beam, But just know when you give your transaction to Jupiter, we're taking the utmost care to make sure it lands quickly and without any interference. So what that means, what platform engineering ultimately brings us, it brings us velocity scale. It allows us to, again, solve problems once, make sure that our team has access to groundbreaking technologies that, frankly, other teams aren't going to have the time nor the resources to invest in these low common denominators that make Solana work. So in conclusion, we built the platform so we never slow down. We built the platform so that we can bring products to you faster. We built the platform so that our speed and our visibility into on-chain activity is the best on the market. We bought the platform because we care about you, and we are going to reinvest in our technology so Jupiter remains the best on-chain product on the market. And that's that. That's it for me. Thank you all. I'll be back in a moment to talk about ReChat, but I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Well, we're going to bring Kyle back on in just a second. He has his hands in a lot of pies over at Jupiter. But next up, I got to ask one question before we start again. Who here uses Ultra? Exactly. I better see every hand in this stadium go up because Ultra is one of the premier products over at Jupiter. And here, to demystify the science behind Ultra, we're going to bring on one of the core software developers for Ultra. So please give a very warm welcome to Desmond.
Hi guys, how's it going? I'm Desmond. I'm an engineer working on the routing engine. And I work alongside incredible folks who have incredible experience and knowledge on the ecosystem. So I certainly stand on the shoulders of giants. So at this point of time, we have around more than 1 million tokens that are tradable on Ultra. And despite the numbers, we try to find the best possible prices for each of them. The way we do this is, you can imagine you're walking through each market to find the best liquidity and price for each step. The whole routing engine can be simplified into multiple steps. And each of these steps is to find the best price in between. And in total, you should ideally get the best price. To do that, you have to find markets that are liquid. You have to try to split the route because some markets are not deployed with sufficient liquidity, but that does not mean they do not offer the best price. With such a high number of tokens, we face a number of challenges which we have attempted to resolve in the past 1 year. So one of the main problems that we faced was some of the launch pads that are not paired with SOL or USDC are not well supported. This made it almost impossible to swap for them if you don't use a direct swap, meaning you don't use the token that they are paired with. So this certainly limits the reach of those tokens and launch pads. Our solution enables us to do something like this, which is even though this is an intermediate token that is not considered a highly liquid token, our solution has made it possible for us now to swap to the launchpad tokens using any other tokens. The way we do this is to select the top end markets given the input and output and select them based on their liquidity dynamically, which means every single time you do a code, we do this. After which, we will augment the search space to include these tokens and markets so that it makes it possible for us to find the best possible route through them. Unfortunately, after doing that, you'll realize that we still haven't solved the token coverage issues because there are just simply too many tokens at any point of time to support all the time. This will give you a sense of the number of tokens that we have in totality. So, like I mentioned earlier, we have 1.1 million tokens tradable right now. But in actual fact, there are 21 million tokens today. In order to get access to them, we have to do something more. So in order to support the rest of those 20 million tokens, we have to find the markets that these tokens are potentially tradable in. Due to various checks and liquidity problems, these markets may not be available right now. But we'll identify them. We will try to find the right markets in comparison based on the last liquidity check, revive them, and then hopefully that will make then the tokens tradable. All of this takes a long time, and we do this upon pull request. So it's almost impossible to do it just in time. In order to resolve this problem, we have to cache them. Along with caching, we have to have a very smart, efficient policy in order to make the latency sustainable. Because it's impossible to support the 21 million at all times, and we'll always have to reduce the space back to a more manageable load. If you have not noticed, the previous two challenges were resolved using many different methods to increase the search space. With an increased search space comes the problem of latency. But it also presents new opportunity here. If you recall, I also mentioned that in order to find the best prices, you actually have to visit different type of liquidity markets. Sometimes with the revival of these markets, there exists an optimal path given a smaller set of input tokens. So this means there are potential for us to split more with more granular percentage. So our previous algorithm was not able to support such granular control, because if you look at the graph, the green line was the latency that we experienced with the previous algorithm without the final control. Whereas in the green graph, you can see that we are able to reduce the latency despite going down onto the final bit split. So how do we achieve this? We don't throw away the knowledge that we have built up over the years. So we still use bracketing to reduce the initial search space, because with a lack of initial knowledge, that is the best way to do it. Bracketing allows you to eventually converge. It just takes a long time. So what we do is that we use the same algorithm to reduce the space like before. With sufficient points and knowledge, then we try to do interpolation, which allows us to converge to the point in a much faster way. The downside to this is that it does not guarantee the converge properly, and so when we notice that is happening, we fall back to the bracketing system again until we have enough knowledge to continue the convergence. In this way, it speeds up the latency, it reduces the latency, and it allows us to search within a much bigger search space. We have many optimizations in the pipeline. We know that the P99 latency of routing is not great, so we are still trying to improve that. So the job is not done, and we want to do more for all users. Last but not least, just use Jupyter. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Desmond. Next up is a gentleman that we like so much. He's nice. We got to bring him twice. He's told you all about the 2026 approach to how Jupyter is going to approach engineering, but now he's going to dive super deep into a new product, Beam. Give it up one more time for Kyle.
Because I get to come speak twice in the matter of 20 minutes. So I gave you a look at all the platform technologies that we're releasing, and right now I want to go with a bit of a deep dive into one, which is Beam. Beam was what got me to join Jupiter. Atalo approached me 3 months or so ago, and he wanted me to come join Jupiter, run infrastructure, solve real hard problems, and transaction forwarding was the one that he presented to me. He said, we are going to take transaction forwarding to our own hands. We are going to ensure that Jupiter transactions are the safest on the chain and that there is no middle person that is going to interfere with them. And if you get one thing out of this presentation, it is this, that there is no RPC middleman when it comes to Jupiter. There is no opportunity that someone is going to take your transaction, squash it, and screw you over. We are handling your transaction from the time that you submit it on Jupiter Mobile or through Ultra or through the wallet extension or on Jupe AG. It's going through our Beam network, and that is our transaction forwarding network. And this RPC middleman problem has been a serious plague on Solana to this point. You see countless cases of toxic MVB, and what you saw yesterday was that chart that was showing you that of all the MVB that happens on Solana, it doesn't happen on Jupiter, and that's because of Beam. The next major reason we wanted to take transactions sending into our own hands, because there's not very much visibility there. When we send it off to an RPC provider, the only thing that you get back is a signature hash. And if you're a Solana developer, you take that hash and you start polling and you get a success or a failure. That's just about it. But that doesn't cut it here for us at Jupiter. We want to know who is processing your transaction, how many slots it took to get there, and making it so that if we ever see any failed transaction, we can go back, we can audit it, and we can improve ourselves to better your experience day after day. So that was another major objective of Beam, was to provide the best visibility that we could offer. And that led us to develop Beam. It's our direct-to-the-leader infrastructure. Beam is a few things. First off, it's a global network. No matter where you are sending a transaction when you interact with Jupiter, we have a POP that is close to you. We operate Beam in 10 regions so that when it comes to bringing your transaction to us so that we can forward it to the leader, there's the least amount of latency possible. The next technology that makes this possible is our TPU clients. TPU stands for Transaction Processing Units. This is the port that the Agave validator, the FireDancer validator, listens to for transactions. We utilize a piece of new technology developed by the Agave team, their TPU client Next, to send your transaction from us directly to the leader. And when you interact with the RPC layer, if you do so, you know that you communicate over HTTP, but that's not what validators listen to. They listen to Quick, and they have a specific port that is a bit more difficult to work with, and that's what we're doing here. We're utilizing the TPU client so that your transaction goes to Jupiter, and then from Jupiter directly to the validator. Stake-weighted quality of service. Now you saw from Cash that Jupiter operates the 3rd largest validator on Solana. And that's amazing. It gives you unprecedented access to stake rewards and is our attempt to fortify the network from any malfeasance. But there's some added benefits to operating the largest validator. It means that we get high priority access to submit transactions to validator through stake-weighted quality of service. What that means is if your transaction comes from a source, another validator with high amounts of stake, you get more reserved bandwidth to send transactions to it. And since Jupiter is the 3rd largest validator, we have a lot of bandwidth. More than enough bandwidth to support all of the transactions that you send, and into the future, as we continue to acquire more stake, that will give you more access to bandwidth going forward. Jiro support. So I talked about our team solving the same problems again and again on my previous talk. And one of those things was Jito support. Jito sending bundles is a very common way to send transactions, but you have to develop the bundling yourself, and you have to redo it over and over again. Well, that's something that we solved with Beam. When you send a transaction through Beam, we support Jito bundles, and we support direct to TPU. Smart routing. So if we have two methods of sending a transaction, we want to ensure that we give you the best opportunity to land on in the block, and that's through our smart routing. So when we get a transaction, there's a couple ways that you can go about it. We will send it straight to the TPU client, we will send it to the bundle, and we'll send it to the next available validators in the leader schedule. This is what we're calling smart routing. Next is confirmations. If you're a Solana dev, again, you've sent a transaction, you've called get transaction signature, and you've waited for your response. That's something that every dApp on Solana has to do, and they do it over and over and over again. Well, Beam at Jupiter, we do that once, and we do it very well. So now Beam will listen to your confirmations and send you a richer response back to our clients so that they can present more relevant information to you about how your transaction went. Now, one of the more exciting, or the most exciting thing for me, aside from the middleman problem, was same slot landing. Our average slot latency is 0.985, which that means is that when you send us a transaction, within that same block, we are landing it on the chain. That again is helping you preventing any malicious actors from seeing your transaction and trying to react to it faster. No one gets the transactions on chain faster than us, which means no one is going to take you for a ride when you send transactions with Jupiter. Now here's a look at that visibility problem. I've worked on RPC infrastructure before I started Jupiter. I've been working on Solana for 5+ years. And again, understanding what happens with a transaction is not an easy task to solve. But we hunkered down and we put in the effort, again, once, to make sure that we know exactly what's happening with your transactions. So if there's a problem with it, if we saw a failure, if we saw a delay, we can go to our backend systems, we can input your signature, and we understand exactly what happened with your transaction. How many slots it took to land, when was the transaction submitted from when it was signed, which validator was the one that processed it. All this information is available to us so that we are able to provide, again, the best experience possible. Today, Beam is not completely rolled out to all end products, but we're processing about 500 transactions per second through it. If you're using Ultra today, you are going through Beam, and we are looking to increase this throughput and continue to roll out Beam to more and more products at Jupiter. Now, it doesn't stop there. We aren't completely done. We do have the best transaction forwarding on the market, I believe, today, but we want to do a bit better. So in the coming months, we are going to look at transaction forwarding, which that means is when you send your transaction to a Beam POP, we will be evaluating the leader schedule, and instead of sending it to a leader over the public internet, we will forward the transaction to the nearest Beam instance that is closest to the validator that is going to be in the leader schedule. So that means we're using our private backbones and interconnectivity around the globe to make sure that your transaction, if it's sent to the United States, but it's being processed by a leader in Tokyo, that it goes through the express highway instead of the public. Again, to reiterate what platform engineering means for us is that we have one infrastructure solution at Jupiter and that we roll it out to all of Jupiter. This is Beam. This is our transaction forwarding network. This is zero middlemen. This is same slot latency. This is the best experience that we can develop for you all out there. Thank you very much.
All right, and next up, we're going to be diving even deeper into the engine that powers Jupyter swaps. Jupyter swaps, of course, are some of the fastest, best executed swaps in the entire ecosystem. Here to tell us all about it is our friend, Arsen!
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, guys. I'm Arsen. Like you can see my title, I'm just a dev, right? So today, let's talk about the routing again, right? We talked about like Ultra yesterday, amazing product, like very pure engineering stuff. Everyone should use Ultra for sure. And Desmond present like just before the engine algorithm, how to make the best execution pass. Well, before going further, like I want to say when I'm saying pass is this one. Sorry, I cannot pronounce the TH. Like, it's too difficult for me. I'm born like that, so very sorry. Yeah, it's terrible. So let's go back to integration. So what's the meaning of integration? It's one aspect of the routing. It's the base of the routing engine. It just brings the liquidity pool into the router, right? So I think everyone try like Jupyter Swap, like one of the best usage of the routing. And the question is, how do we provide the best quote for users, right? We need to connect all the protocol of the ecosystem to be able to connect the routing into this different pool, so the liquidity can be found across every protocols, and we have like the best swap ever. So I think you know most of the protocols: Humidify, Manifest, Metadao, Pump.Fun, Meteora, of course. So how it works? How do we integrate the protocol, right? We have like two paths of the creation of the integration. One interface for the off-chain, for the quoting, the price, everything, and on-chain interface to execute the instruction to swap. So let's a bit overview of Metis right now. We integrated almost like 70 protocol, a wide range of application across the Solana ecosystem. Is constant improvement over the year. We cover almost every protocol on Solana right now. On the efficiency side, I can say we make like big change on the aggregator right now. We switched to Pinocchio, the most powerful library, to build like program on chain. And we cut the cost of the CUs by 30%. Right? So less fees. But nobody ship like Jupyter, but still too slow, right? Still too slow. How do we solve that? Right, we can hire more devs. No, I don't think so. Vibe code integration? Not sure. I think with the Jupyter vision, we have like a different approach. We are keep building product for you guys, right? So it makes sense to let open the integration to the entire like community of Jupyter. So we plan to open to the community, start making the community, integration by the community for the community. That's why I'm glad to announce we have a new partnership with Blueshift. I don't know if you know that. Educational platform, research on Solana. If you want to be like a chat, just follow the lesson. They changed the DevX, SBPF linker, Scylla, the best Oracle innovation. I think you saw Dean earlier, like really a chat, Solana chat. So the goal is to combine the high skill of Jupyter engineer, Blueshift engineer, to open source the integration side, right? So the first rock of this is Beethoven. An universal CPI interface, free, open source, very easy to use, the most efficient possible, and driven by the community, right? If you're a new protocol, you can start working on it, and we will have like faster integration in the routing because of that, right? So, what's this like imply for 2026? Of course, faster integration. With Blueshift and with you guys, we'll go faster and faster by the community, for the community. Yeah, I think it's pretty like, I don't need to explain this. Efficient on-chain execution. We want to be sure like the instruction inside this interface is the best possible, the more accurate possible, and we verify every integration. And also one of the best thing people want about it is transparency around new integration, right? So I think that's it. One word, like just use Jupyter. Thank you guys. See you. Bye-bye.
All right, merci, mon ami. He was actually pretty nervous before his talk, so very glad that he had a wonderful presentation. And next up, we have back-to-back talks talking about some of the best data that we have on-chain. We have Kino and Oryx who will be coming to the stage, telling us all about on-chain data. Give it up for Kino and Oryx!
Hello guys, hello everyone. This is Kino, I am Oryx, and right now we are going to talk about on-chain data. So the first question is, what is on-chain data? Every day, when you are using your favorite app, on-chain data is everywhere. For example, you're on perps, you're opening a position. Behind every action you do, under the hood, there is a chain. But how does it look like for people who are non-technical every day? So here's like source scan screenshots, where you can see two types of things. First of all, there's an account where every data you have is actually stored on chain. The data about your position, the price when you opened it, and everything like that. Everything is on chain. And after that, there's the transactions. So every action you do, like opening positions, is actually a transaction that you can check up on chain.
So essentially, how big are we talking? On-chain data is big. From yesterday, I put the numbers, is more than 483 billion transactions since the beginning of Solana. That's huge. It's an unstoppable flow of data, and the more you will have action, the more the flow will be bigger. So obviously, that introduces a lot of technical challenges. But before diving into these challenges, first, why would we bother with on-chain data? First, you have no choice. You need the data to be processed as close as possible from the source. It is not negotiable, as Kyle pointed out before. The development also of a data pipeline is very costly. You require a lot of knowledge and also skill to be able to do that. There is a huge technical entry-level barrier that you need to overcome in order to set up a good data pipeline. Namely, gRPC streams, the specifics of the block behavior on the blockchain, the commitment levels that you need to understand, and on and on and on. That makes data discoverability incredibly hard. And the point is, it shouldn't be hard. It also is painful to run because it's not reliable right now. And you need to set up a lot of things to make it run. And you need to set up also redundancy, deduplication, reconnection, program updates that you need to parse as live as possible. You also don't have replayability, which means you cannot backfill your data. You don't have any room for failure, which is not what we want, obviously. And lastly, it is code sleep. You need engineers to set up the flow. You need the infra to support these programs running. So overall, data should be easy. That's why we decided to build a totally new on-chain data layer here at Jupyter.
Yeah. So Henry Ford, back in the day, has a world where every factory built cars differently. Everyone has its own way of doing it. So there's like no common process, no shared standard. Everybody was doing it its own ways, creating like some kind of issues. And Henry decided to create a system with one pipeline, one clear, efficient way of doing things. And that's how we are going to build like our own on-chain data. Also, what we're going to do is like literally turning overwhelming data into properly indexed data, tidying up the chain, which for nerds like us, like both of us, is sparking joy. And you may ask, why nobody has done it already? Because it is freaking hard. It's a hard thing to do. So there's three main challenges that comes along doing data and on-chain data. First of all, there's a lot of expectation. First of all, the injection challenge. You should never miss anything, which is very hard. So you guys know about how technical it works, how injection works, is that there is like Jazzer plugins that are plugged into Validator that are streaming real-time data via gRPCs. And it's all well until it goes south, which is what is the validator go down? What happens if you lose the internet connection? Then you're missing transaction, and that just simply cannot happen. So that's the ingestion challenge. After that, the parsing challenge. The chain is very big. There's a lot of programs. And how it works about parsing is like every program has a list of instructions that can be called. For example, the per program, you can call an instruction to open a position or close a position, etc. So now to parse a program and to turn bytes into proper index data, you need an interface called an IDL. And the main problem about this is like, it's not always accessible. Sometimes the dev doesn't upload it. Sometimes they upload the wrong one. It's kind of a mess. And also it can change frequently. Every time they update their programs, a new IDL come up. And you can imagine the issue you have when you have to handle more than 2,000 active programs on Solana. And the last problem, is like data should be accessible and reliable for everyone. If a team wants data, they want it ordered, they want it clean, they want it parsed, they want it when they need it. They may need to replace the data in case they have a new use case. So yep, that's definitely a challenge.
Oh, that was great, but now how do we have something that works to answer all of these challenges and deliver the real value? First of all, as Kyle mentioned just before, there are tools that are already sponsored by Jupyter, which are open source, you can use them right now, such as Richat and Vixen. Starting with Richat, it allows you to have multiple sources, or multiple validators that can feed your program, on which the data will be deduplicated and cached. So it basically removes an entire problem for you to basically get that data and do whatever you want with it. To do whatever you want with it, there's come Vixen. For Vixen, the proc macro allows you to parse any IGL, program interface, while also being protobuf compatible. That will enable a good schema management, which is also something really important for the consumers. We're also going to improve it by doing a Kafka connector that will enable us to have protobuf encoded messages using the Confluent native schema registry, to have replayability thanks to the offsets, and also have more resilience thanks to how Kafka works, Apache Kafka. And after we have all of this, the point is we need to compound them, to make them work together, to build a product that will ensure the on-chain data is available for the builders, which will, at their turn, make a better UX for the users, which is the ultimate goal. Now we're going to present a little demo on what it looks like when you process live feeds. This is a small demo, but welcome to Star Wars. I'm kidding, it's not Star Wars. It's an on-chain data feed I ran last night, drinking beer at the bar. So, focusing on what we see right now, you have two different programs in here. On the right side, you see all the SPL token transfer instructions that were happening in real time. And on the bottom left side, you see the Jupyter Perpetual program. So you have all the events and the position that were done at the real time and passed at the real time that you can see there. So also this is basically done from subscribing to the data topics, reading the decoded data, and just use it. It should be that simple. So that's it for me. Thank you,
everyone.
So as you just heard, Jupyter takes on-chain data very, very seriously, but it's not just about having the data. It's about leveraging the data to build better, faster, stronger products. And here to tell us that story is Kishan!
Hello, hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. Hello to the live stream. Maybe some family, but they got the link about 10 minutes ago, and that's on me. I run some numbers at Jupyter, and Oryx and Kino gave a very good breakdown of how difficult it is to parse and understand numbers on chain. And we've reached a level where we have to do this at a scale that's unprecedented. The next logical step is, how do we understand this data in a way that's meaningful? And I'm here to talk about that today. It's very much a precursor because with how we blew up in 2025, a lot of this work is ongoing, foundational, and it's just begun, really, but just providing a sneak peek in a few slides or so. So we went from a handful of products in 2024 to an ever-growing ecosystem in 2025. And we launched even more products today and counting. And this is something that is consistent with who we are as a company. We ship like no one else, and as a result, we need to accommodate on the data side, because as Oryx and Kino have illustrated, it's just so rich in the ecosystem. There's so much going on. How do we then use it in a way that's accessible and empowers the community? Tons of numbers, some of them that Cash used earlier for the report. The struggle becomes picking the right large numbers, because most of our numbers are in the billions, that the ones that are in the thousands don't do as much justice or don't seem to do as much justice. These are just 6 numbers that show how we are faster, better, and stronger than many of the other individual programs that exist when it comes to spot, when it comes to lending. We empower the community to create their own tokens. We return a lot of the fees that we generate back towards the JLP. But these are all numbers in isolation. In 2025, we moved from thinking about Jupyter as a collection of projects to thinking about ourselves as an ecosystem. What does that mean? When you're a collection of protocols or you're an individual project, you're thinking about how many users do we have? How much volume do if you're a DEX or if you're a perpetuals protocol? You're trying to make the product better for your users. But when you move from that to thinking about it in terms of an ecosystem, you have all these interplays that end up reinforcing each other. So what are products that are naturally strong together, and the converse, what are products that don't have much synergy and as a result have certain gaps? The conversation changes from making the product better for our people to making the ecosystem better for the millions that we have and the billions that we're going to onboard moving forward. So just to illustrate this, I guess, in certain points, in the last 3 months, there are some kinds of synergy in patterns that we can notice. So we can see that tons of users for our LEN protocol also use Ultra. This isn't by mistake. It's because it's something that's possible with the level of infrastructure synergy that we have at Jupyter. At a contract level, these two programs integrate, and they allow our users to do way more than if they were separate projects. This is something that happens on the engineering. But more than engineered affinity, we also have things like voluntary affinity. We have our LEND users and our perps users regularly using Portfolio because it's the simplest and best way to keep track of all your positions across all the products that we provide. This isn't something that we intentionally put into the program, but it's something that is a consequence of the vast services that we offer for the ecosystem. And these are just two very simple examples. You can kind of extrapolate this even further to every pair of products that we have. We have 15, depends on what interpretation you have. We have about 15 right now, and we'll have more in the future. It's about finding both the intentional overlaps as well as unearthing the voluntary and the organic overlaps in a way that benefits the community. If we take a step further back, and instead of looking at just two products, we can also look at microsystems. There are many kinds of users within Jupyter. There are some that are more active, they're more risk-taking. There are ones that are always there for the next airdrop, the next PGE, trying to make the best out of the situation. They're always up to date, and they want that thrill. They want to make the best out of the current state. In the converse is we also have people who are a little more passive. Friends and family who understand the strength of yield, understand the strength of not just keeping your stable coins dormant and using our products to generate that yield over time. This overlap is enabled in both cases by Ultra, because Ultra is the gateway that enables both of these behaviors and both of these microsystems. What next? It's just the start. We want to understand these embedded strengths more, whether they're engineered or organic. We need to keep pace with engineering because they ship at a pace that it's even hard for us to track in terms of how well we're doing and our year-on-year, quarter-on-quarter numbers and our growth. And the eventual outcome is to provide direction. Direction in this case would be, what do our users want? We have tons of mediums for this. We have response channels. We have forums like this. We have feedback. But we can also monitor it in terms of how people use the ecosystem in a way that teaches us how it wants to be used. And in turn, that would give us a guiding hand for making all of this better for all of you. So yeah, this is just like a very simple precursor to a lot of the legwork and the foundation that needs to be built. And it's made possible by our engineering, it's made possible by our users, it's made possible by everyone in this room and people watching at home. We want to make the ecosystem better. So I'm going to end on, I guess, a little bit of an unorthodox note. If this kind of work interests you, we're trying to expand and do a little more of it. Reach out to me, reach out to the team. We'd be happy to have this conversation because it's all about making the product and the ecosystem better. Thank you.
Great job, Kishan. Jupyter just not only takes its customer data very, very seriously, but it also takes customer support very, very seriously. And customer support is not just about mindlessly, endlessly answering tickets. Customer support is about connecting developers with customers so that the quality of the products that you receive reflect the quality that you expect. And so, here to tell us all about the next evolution of Jupyter customer support, please give it up for Yoda!
Hello everyone, I am Yoda and I'm here to show you why Jupyter has the best user support team. Did you know, like I saw this stat yesterday, it was kind of crazy. Did you know, generally in crypto, excluding Jupyter of course, more than 80% of new users would give up during the wallet setup. This is because usually it's very confusing. There could be too much technical jargon or cognitive overload. For example, how are like new users expected to know what a public key is or figure out how to on-ramp? The visual guidance is also quite poor. Furthermore, there's usually also not really a simple way to get in touch with support if you do encounter errors. So, what can we learn from this? Users care about and deserve to have a good UI. If it's all very confusing, then they will just leave to do something else. There has to be a simple onboarding journey that is easily understood and has no obstacles. I am convinced that we have achieved that. Actually, a few weeks ago, I onboarded my friend onto Jupyter by sending him a magic link. And he was very confused because I was like, oh, it's this simple? Like, I thought it's supposed to be hard. I was like, brother, this is Jupyter. Here, shit just works. Thank you. Jupyter grew a lot since last year, and now we have more than 13 products that need testing. This is over a 4-time increase. By the way, I stole this slide from Kishan. Like, he was just before me. Like, I saw him preparing, and I was like, oh, this is like a great slide to have. Yeah, so then every time like people say, oh, we ship fast, but then that's all pain for me because like we have to test it. How developers build versus how users behave. At Jupyter, we have a lot of amazing engineers. Sometimes though, technical people look at products through a different lens compared to the users. Even more so, users don't always do what developers intend. During testing, I always try to imagine that my users are cats. Trust me, I own 3 cats and they always break stuff in ways no one would believe if I didn't record it on video. At Burst, we are the translator that makes sure that all of our products will be the best when they get shipped to you. What else do we do? Jupyter is always shipping. Last year we had to QC test for over 150 deployments, during which we tried to break things so that when it's in your hands, everything just works. We are trying to be a nightmare for developers so that you, the user, would love us and the product. Furthermore, we actively listen and we are there for you to make sure that we can get the best outcome. Last year we helped over 22,000 users via support to Jup.ag. We also sent 1,200 posts last year on X to help you directly when we see that you need our support. Thank you. This is unique in this industry, and I think this is what makes us the best user response team. Actually, did you know that we used to be called the better user response team? When this team started, I was not really confident to call ourselves the best, because wouldn't that sound arrogant if like we don't have proof? Today, that changed, and now I can confidently say that we are the best user response team, because I got some receipts. Please reach out to us if you need help, because this could be like one of you. We are here for you, and crypto should not be hard. I don't want you guys to be one of the 80% that gives up when other people make it difficult. You deserve better. Like, we never sleep. Like, even now during the conference, you can come to talk to us, and like we can help you debug directly. Hogarth, I don't know if you're like here, but like I hope we manage to fix your issue. Just use Jupyter, because our support will be there for you.
You guys already know that Jupyter has one of the best global communities in the world, but now they're taking it up a notch. They're putting pedal to the metal for their global institutional partnerships, and that becomes increasingly important because all of those connections with institutional partners means better products and services for you. Bringing to the stage, Ram!
Hello, hello. Good afternoon. Oh, I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Rom. I was the co-founder of RentFi, and I'm now very proud to have joined the Jupyter family, where I'm running the institutional business development. Our role is to bring serious global capital on-chain without breaking what makes DeFi great. We are always talking about mass adoption, but mass adoption is not only your grandmother buying 50 bucks of Sol. It's also the global financial infrastructure running with us. But before to talk where we are going, let's see where we stand. You saw it previously with Cash. The Jupyter ecosystem is massive. We have more than 13 products. In 2025, it's more than 1 trillion total volume, and 500 million gross revenue, 200 million gross profit. This is big. But here is the twist. We are still very small. Just zoom out. This is the global assets. It's real estate, bonds, debts, equities, and so on. It's roughly 600 trillion. Now, it's the crypto assets. The market cap, the total crypto assets, it's 3 trillion. And here is Jupyter. It's roughly 3 billion TVL. So this is actually very cool because there is a massive gap to fill. And our opportunity is to bring this big circle into our technology. So now, how to bridge the gap? First, we need top products, institutional grade, based on reliability, based on security, and based on governance. Second, we need to become a translator. We are translating the business development, the institutional BD team is a role of translator. We need to translate smart contracts, API, community, and vibes into compliance, legal, risk management, return of investment. And third, we need to adapt the comms, because crypto runs on speed, on Telegram chat, on Discord announcements, and institutions run on process. They don't want speed, they want trust and safety. So we need to become the link between these two worlds. And when everything is fine, we get institutional validation. We launch with 21 shares, the first Jupyter ETP. For those who don't know, 21 shares is the biggest issuer of ETP in the world. And we launched the A-Jup on the 6th Swiss exchange. It's 100 physically backed, and it's available to banks, brokers, and to wealth managers. We are also powering, we are also powering the industry leader, Coinbase. This is the most compliant player in crypto. They are listed on NASDAQ. And you can now trade all the SPL on-chain token directly in the app, thanks to the Jupyter Metis integration. Yeah. Shout out to the team. They are very, very great. And we're also integrated with top players, with Uniswap and Robinhood for the Ultra API. We are also integrated into Ondo very recently with the Jupyter Z RFQ, and we are with Anchorage with the Jup USD. Yeah! It's more than 300 partner integrations, and it's more than 750 million revenue generated by the partners using Jupyter products. This is huge. And this is not all about logos. This is not all about big names. It's also, it's not about big names. It's also about distribution. We want to distribute at scale. And now the big ants begins. The neobanks who want to give crypto yields to their users, the asset managers who want to get exposure to Solana, and also the custodians and the liquid funds and the DATs and the OTC desk who need deep liquidity. And all these players, they don't want vibes or community. They need best execution, they need security, they need reporting. And that's what we are building. And we are engineering it for scale. First, with the tech, of course, because nobody ships like Jupiter, of course. And also with the team. The BD team is growing, and we are covering all the layers of the ecosystem. And we are focused on measurable success. The number of integrations, the volume processed, and of course, the revenue. The goal is to become the global liquidity layer. We do believe that Jupiter, the future of finance is on chain, and Jupiter is the connectivity layer between DeFi and TradFi to enable any assets on any rail with instant settlement. Yeah. So, if you are building in this direction, please reach out to us. And let's build the future of finance together. Woo! Thank you very much, guys. See you.
Man, I love Ram's energy. So actually, we have our first panel of CatIstanbul, and they're going to be talking all about how to build some of the best brands, not just in crypto, but in the entire world. And of course, if we want to onboard the next billion, we have to have lit branding. It's going to be moderated by my very good friend, Diana. She's going to do a wonderful job moderating this panel. Please give it up for the Yabai Girl panel!
Hello, Jupiter. How's everyone doing? Yeah, can I get some energy? Can I get a meow meow? Can we get a meow meow? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you to the Jupiterverse for having us. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Meow. My name is Decentralized, aka Diana Alexandrova. I am the moderator of today's panel. I'm the head of social at Wallet Connect, and I will let my lovely panelists introduce themselves, starting with Kamsky.
Hi everyone, I am Kamsky. I run Mood Labs, we're a marketing studio, and I'm the co-founder of BabesNet, a women's community that I run together with Flo. And we're here collaborating with Yabai, and I'm so grateful to be part of this event. So shout out to Jupiter for having us, and I'm super excited about this panel.
Hi, I'm Berkat. I'm a professional Chinese maxer and also community builder. And I'm doing cloud bombing.
All right.
I'm Marin. I make TikToks, I act, I write movies, and I'm here with Yabai because the company's cute. So, bye-bye.
Microphone's on. Hi, I am Hiromi, and I am the co-founder of Yabai. And I am working on building an IP with my characterization that's Yabai as fuck.
Hi guys, I'm Flo. I'm the founder of Original Copy. I make merch, and I'm the co-founder of BabesNet with Kamsky.
Amazing. So this is the crew, guys. This is what we have for you. Hi, Liddy. So today's topic is culture. How do you build lit brands? So let's first define what a lit brand truly is, because I feel like everyone has a different definition of that. Kamsky, to you, what is a lit brand and what is your number one tip for creating one?
All right, so it's a tough question, and it really depends on what kind of brand you're building, but there's a couple of characteristics that can be found in lit brands. And the first one, and I'll start maybe with the boring part, is consistency. Brands need to be consistent, they need to show up over time. You need to have a regular touch point with your audience to build trust. So trust is another point that is really important to become a lit brand. Those are like the foundational points that you have. And then when we move over to personality as a brand, you need to really go through an existential reflection of like who you are at your core, what kind of brand you are, who are you, what are your values, you know, what kind of branding, like who are you going to be as a brand that communicates to the world. And this will allow you to create a persona, like a personality that is really yours, that you can own. And this is going to be really important because you have to differentiate yourself amongst a sea of competition, because most likely you're not going to be the only one that's in the market. And then moving on to that, these are obviously, you start by going through these steps, and then as you grow, the goal is to, you know, as you interact with your audience, is to create not just an audience, but a community, supporters, have real engagement, create FOMO, you know, especially where in crypto, like FOMO is very important. You want to really have this real connection with your users. And then ultimately you want to be culturally relevant. This is really important. And our, you know, our panel is how to build a lit brand, especially in this world of, you know, AI, which is great, it's an amazing tool, but you really need to stay culturally relevant and know what trends are popping, what's cool, what's not, and this can move very fast. So it's really important that, you know, especially if you're on the marketing team or on the founding team, that you're actually plugged in what happens, because we all know in crypto, if, you know, not being culturally sound, it's just a mega faux pas. And then ultimately, maybe a bit controversial, is to have haters. Like, you need to have personality. It's okay to, you know, piss off some people, and it's good to have a bit of rivalry, not to the point where you become a toxic brand, of course, but these characteristics can be really beneficial. So really own who you are, define yourself, but really have a clear idea of who you want to be in the world, and be human. Be human. You can use AI, but obviously make sure that the human side of it really translates into everything that you do.
I love that. That's such a great take. And what I'm hearing you say is know yourself, know your audience, and treat them as a community. And it's okay to get haters. We all do. Cat, what is a lit brand to you? You've been a culture creator for a long time. And what is your number one tip?
My number one tip is thinking a brand in the relationship with the other brands in a context, and you need to think about the context in meta level, because there are different contexts. And if you're building a brand in crypto, you have to think about the cultures in it. So you have to position yourself according to other cultures and create a distinct position with them to not be in the same position. You have to be memorable, because there are so many brands and people don't have too much attention. So you have to be in a distinct position, and you have to be sharp, and you have to be memorable, basically. And you have to create an orbit, which means have strong believers and also satellites, which are participants to the culture or observers. And people are just knowing you, talking about you, or like saying, oh yeah, I know it. So if you create this kind of structure, it means that you have a very strong branding.
In other words, ride or die, is that right? Create a ride or die culture. Yeah. Speaking of, I think that the Jupiterverse is such a great example of building a lit brand, because look at all of you here today and look at everything that's being shipped in the last 24 hours alone. Truly, truly impressive, and the culture is definitely distinct. Now, Maren, what do you think is a lit brand in your mind? You've been around for so many years. You're an icon. I saw a guy outside. His name is Sven from a project. And he said, was that Maren? Did I just see her? So you have fans. You've been around for a while. How do you define a lit brand, and what's your take on it?
I think that first and foremost, in order to do anything successful that's creative, business-wise, whatever, you have to first have a story or a premise that like people actually give a fuck about. I think that if you're doing something that no one cares about and isn't interesting, automatically you're at a severe disadvantage. So you have to make sure that what you're doing is actually interesting and valuable and is something that is worth people's mental investment in, at least. I think that that's first and foremost the most important thing. I think like when I think about content or works of art, films, companies, anything, I think that it's a combination of first and foremost doing something that actually matters, and of course there's hypersaturation. I think that that just means that you have to be better and you have to be more interesting and more personal and more vulnerable, because the thing that either AI or other people can't replace is vulnerability and authenticity, and that's not going to necessarily guarantee that you have the charisma or the overall components of like luck to get you there, but like you can't do something that is mediocre and also not charismatic and expect it to work. And I think you kind of have to have theater kid energy in either being a public figure or running an account or having someone to run an account. You like can't really, you have to pretend to either not be self-conscious or you just have to get over it in terms of posting a million things and then having like one work. So you're gonna have to try anything that you can and see what works. You can't be a perfectionist, or you need to care about your authenticity. You can't care about the validation in the first place. You need to just do as much as you can. And so I think that people have lost like it might be a weird way to say it, but like the whimsy of creating things. Like it has to be cool. You have to actually be interesting. You have to have a shamelessness about doing whatever you want that feels authentic. And if you're completely like suffering and you're like, oh no, you have to rage bait at that point, which I don't recommend. I think it hurts your brand in the long run. It's disingenuous to just like divide people. But like if you really need to rage bait or do something that's a little bit polarizing. But I think when I think of like brands that are successful or content creators or works of art that are successful, at their core they're doing something that matters, that's interesting, and that gets personal investment. Obviously there's different audiences. Like I invest in capybara and hamster accounts. Like I don't really follow anything that is serious or actually smart or probably would help my life, but there are people that would. So there's not necessarily one strategy, but the bottom line I think is the combination of doing something that actually like fucking matters. It's not boring, it's not oversaturated, it's not you trying to make something important that's not cool. And secondly, like you have to be a bit shameless and just able to put yourself out there and know that you will be cringe and you will be embarrassing, and that's a prerequisite for having any degree of success.
It sounds to me like you just gave people permission to build brands based on how they are, because the right people will come to that brand.
It just doesn't work otherwise. Either you'll find it unsustainable or people will be able to see through it and find it boring because there's a million other people. So, yeah.
Amen to that. Romy, you are the founder of Yabai. Yabai is, for those of you who haven't seen it, Yabai is a really, really cool brand. It's got a great aesthetic. How do you define a lit brand, and how are you building Yabai to be that?
I think to answer that question, I have to translate it to Japanese English. And so, how to make a brand yabai as fuck? For us, as Marin was mentioning, for one, it needs to be down to its roots. Yabai is a slang word. It's a word that was derived from illicit activities in Japan, and over the years evolved into something that young people say to express shock. So you can use it, you could say it's like, what the fuck, or oh my god. And so when we're building a brand around that, and being a Japanese brand based in Shibuya and Harajuku, this is something that we've taken and developed with our art and our IP as an anime brand, and we characterize that and we build something that's actually entertaining for people and funny and shocking and silly, and something that people actually would say yabai to, like, oh, that's yabai. And I think it's really important that just in general, if you're building a brand, it has to be something that, of course, people recognize without me explaining what it is. And so they would need to know that this crazy, chaotic anime character, this cute girl, is mischievous and crazy, and whatever products that we develop her into, whether that's merchandising, whether that's episodes that are for entertainment purposes, this is the brand that we want to speak for itself. So I think that's really very important. So it's
consistency on top of being entertaining for us and being yabai as fuck and shocking people in some ways and being cute. And
Yabai.
Kawaii. Yabai as fuck.
And that in itself is yabai AF. I think what's so cool about yabai is that you can define your own yabai. Like it could be shocking, or it could be super cute, or it could be something that's, you know, really depending on your mood for that day. And I really love that, to give people freedom to see themselves in the brand that you're building.
Yeah, so that's one key point, is that to translate for you guys, yabai can be used in good or bad context. So you could literally say yabai if someone breaks something and someone does something unspeakable, or you can say it in the context of something is like amazing or beautiful. And so it can be used interchangeably. And I think that is fun for people to just learn Japanese and fucking say yabai all the time. And that's what I want everyone to do, is just be yabai and say yabai and yabai.
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 So how about you? You have worked on a very successful company previously that created a really cool project that made the rounds in multiple ecosystems. Now you're the founder of your own company. You, together with Kamsky, are building an incredible brand for women. What does a lit brand mean to you, and how are you building that with BabesNet?
I think to me, the most important part of a brand that stands out is the combination that you have between excellence and relatability. And I think to be able to continuously aim for, you know, a better and better product or better and better service, you have to truly be passionate about what you do and really seek to solve the problem that, you know, your product or company is building for, as well as being able to show up authentically and being able to be relatable and kind of open that door to the people who want to be a part of your community. And I think that translates to both the physical products, which I make when I make merch, where obviously, you know, there's a seas of t-shirts and caps, and, you know, how do you make it so that these products aren't just making people billboards of your company, but they actually feel like it was made for them as a gift, and has that, you know, that sensation that it's not just extractive or it's just like out there, but as well as thinking about them in a more relatable way, so that they can, you know, use that product. Or within like the BabesNet community, for example, we make sure that we are as open arms as possible and all of the girls feel like really welcome to come. But when we do throw events or when we do partnerships, we also try to go above and beyond. So I think it's really that mix that makes you stand out, when people can feel like what you're doing is truly, it comes from the core of what your essence is.
That was a great answer, and one thing that I love that you said there is excellence, which leads me to my second question. In a sea of culture slop, I'll give you my take on what culture slop is. I don't know if you guys saw the death of InfoFi a couple of weeks ago. That was the happiest day of my life, because as creators and as builders, we see so much generic content. We see so many generic pictures that are circulating on X, and it is just so disheartening. There's nothing interesting. Attention is hard to get. It's a sea of slop. So I'd love to hear from you in 2 minutes. How do you define culture slop? What is slop to you? And how do you counteract that? Starting with Kamsky.
I think we all can agree that it's getting harder and harder to differentiate AI content from non-AI content. I can't find the word. However, slop really gives you that visceral reaction that there's something unnatural that comes with it, often ugly, it can be cheap done. And the thing is, it's really good to use AI as a tool, but you have to be aware it does have some consequences that can damage your brand if you're not using it properly and using slop in that sense. Now, obviously, as we're moving forward in the age of AI, and I mean, I don't want to get too boring about this because I'm pretty sure everyone's like heard about this. We've been talking about this for quite some time, but the most important thing is the human aspect, and whether you're building your own personal brand or you're building a company or a community, the human aspect will become increasingly valuable. It's always been. Like, we work in crypto, the power of community is essential to the health of our ecosystem. That's how crypto thrives and grows, is through communities that communicate, that grow, that collaborate with each other. It's the people behind the digital aspects of it. We all live online, but behind every project, behind every brand, as you say, there's people, real people, and then we meet in real life. So the human aspect will become increasingly important, and so will these in real life events. Now, if you're obviously, 90% of the time we're going to be communicating and interacting online, and there's different types of media that can actually be proof of, I don't like this word like humanity, but will emphasize the fact that there's real humans behind the brand, and this can be live streaming. I think live streaming is going to be essential in brand building, in awareness building. If you want to build your presence as a founder, as a team, as a brand, live streaming is something that is hard to replicate with AI at this point. Maybe in the future there will be softwares where you can actually come up with an AI version. But at this point, like the raw, the behind the scenes, the unpolished content will be so important. And I think depending where you stand as a brand, like it's important to look at how can you actually show realness, how can you show that raw aspect, because we've been consuming content for years. We all know what polished content looks like. And if you want to build that genuine connection with your audience and your community, you will need to show them a little bit more, and that realness, that imperfection is what's going to also make you stand out. And I think live streaming is very important as a brand to consider, and this is why, I've been live streaming myself. We, at Mood Labs, we produce live streams for our partners, and it's something that is really powerful, also in terms of distribution, and I won't get too much into that, but try to find ways to really show you're human and show, again, your personality through everything, and I'll pass it on because I know we...
Furkat, what is slop and how do you kill it?
I think not every AI-generated thing can be slop and be named as slop, because I think slop is generated and also doesn't say anything and doesn't create any gravity around it. So you're just saying a bunch of stuff or creating something that is very similar to all the other things. So it's just the same. It just creates a crowded, creates a crowd of other things that is existing already. So to kill it, it's a very important point actually. You also replied one of my tweets. It's very related to taste and also very related to live stream, because live stream is very authentic. Authentic is like very overused word, but I think it actually means creating something that has deficits, that has mistakes in it, and right now it's like a negative thing, like having deficits in a produced content or in your live streams. You can talk, for example, you can spell some words in a correct way, but it's like considered as a bad thing. But I think in the future it's gonna be seen as something more like positive, and people are going to sympathize with it, because AI created contents are, AI is just recognizing patterns and repeats the patterns, and it's very hard to break when you're creating a new generated content, because it's learned through tokens, it's learned through patterns, it just learns the patterns, and it just moves all the other details that's seen as mistakes, unimportant, and like deficits in the production. So these deficits are going to be important. So adding this intentionally, what you're producing, is get attention first, because like people are just, oh, this word is like written like mistake. Oh, just paragraph shouldn't be in here. Like it needs to be under this, and they're like taking attention. They're just, even if when I'm reading this, reading stuff, for example, I'm just like getting lost in my head if it's like perfectly written. But if there's a mistake, I'm like, oh, there's a mistake in here. Like, what is it saying actually? I'm just focusing it more. So I think this kind of stuff gonna be more important, and it's gonna be seen as more valuable. And adding this kind of things to what you're producing, it can be like glitch art. Like these are actually the signals and outcomes of what we are doing right now. Like people sympathize with things that has mistakes, and deficits in it more. So make mistakes and learn from it.
I love that. Keep it human. She said taste. Thank you. Make AI have taste, for God's sake. Aaron, you're a proper artist. How do you define slop and how do you crush that?
I think like because there's so much access to create things without much of a barrier, like people need to stop making boring shit. I think that there's just like a lot out there that sucks, and I mean obviously I think people have a cringe phase before they get to being to a degree of successful that they're proud in. Like I think that like a good majority of my like early TikToks, like I fully like can't look at my memories or photos or anything. I cannot look at anything older than a year ago. I get like nauseatingly embarrassed at myself, but it took doing things like, I think that in order to avoid creating things that don't add anything to the world, you need to be even more picky than before on doing things that you genuinely find. Like, if you would not watch your own content or read your own things, like no one else fucking is probably, unless you're some kind of a weird anomaly. So I think that people just need to be pickier about their intentions, the type of content they're making. Like, first and foremost, you should be asking yourself, is anyone gonna give a shit about this? Not that you need to depend on external validation, but like if you think that you're screaming into a void and that nothing matters, it probably doesn't. You don't need to necessarily be the best at what you do, but there's an authenticity and like a person, like you don't need to necessarily be like so vulnerable to where you're like talking about really intimate things, because I think that vulnerability porn is also a trap people fall into about oversharing and then getting views, and then it's like now you have to overshare about everything. But I think that there's a degree of personality and authenticity and directness. Like I don't like, no one wants to read content or look at things that feel like an HR message. Like they want to look at things that benefit their lives and are important. So I think like just stop making boring shit, basically. That's what
Amen
I would
to
recommend.
that. Kurami, how does Yabai deal with culture slop?
So it's a good point. I think that the cringe phase has existed in the earlier days as I was creating my own AI, and then I developed into a better AI creator, and then I developed into being able to hire a great AI in-house team that can create professional AI content. So instead of it being slop, it's actually very well produced and actually something that people would be interested in viewing and be entertained by. So I do think that there was a cringe phase though, but I also think that that was Yabai because it was cringe. And then it grew into something that is now literal episodes made with AI and taking a famous anime artist, anime and manga artist, and their hand-drawn art and creating an AI model that is consistent, and then being able to create really, really, really good high-quality content instead of slop. So that's why I think that AI can be high tier or just complete garbage, and we do see that a lot. And there's a place for garbage too, like toilet humor and stuff is big, like on crypto Twitter, for example, and people like that. So there is a place for it, but there's also something about matriculating and then becoming a bigger brand that can go outside of even crypto. So I think there's a lot of potential.
That's a great answer. That's a great answer. Thank you. That's very Yabai. Our final take of this panel, Flo, you talked about excellence. How do you deal with slop?
I mean, I think from my side it's very easy because I make physical products. So the only question is, are you receiving a gift or are you just adding more waste into a landfill? Are you, traveling out of this conference with the items that you've gotten, or are you just like leaving them in the hotel room? I think that is just as long as you ask yourself that question when you produce merch, I think you'll do fine and you'll be able to differentiate yourself from the slob.
Love that. Thank you all so very much. Thank you to Jupiter for having us. And in conclusion, meow meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to the ELI girls. Give it up one more time, everybody. Okay, so that wraps up all of our talks for day 2 for CatLumpurr, but don't leave just yet. We have a couple of public service announcements. The first public service announcement is at 5:30. We have the Marie Kondo meet and greet. She's going to be over there right next to the cat statue. There is a line. Only the first 90 people in line are going to get the chance to meet Marie. Let's show her how nice we are as a community and respect her personal space. And the other public service announcement for tomorrow is that we have a cocktail hour starting at 6 p.m. You definitely don't want to miss it. If you want to join the cocktail party, all you need to do is bring your badges. And afterwards, we're going over to the Spark nightclub, which is right next door to this venue. It's going to be an absolutely wonderful time, a great way to end CatLumpurr. So let's give it up for the second day of CatLumpurr!
It's alright when you need, go where you go. Don't breathe it now, a lot of you can never know. Until I lead you.